the teams repeat. The last team to do that was Florida, and that was a long time ago.
2007.
Yeah, so the field is wide open for anybody to make noise in this tournament.
I love that. And again, Cougar Nation, we want to hear from you, 801-575-8255. Do you feel confident that BYU can make a run to the Sweet 16? Because I got to say, BYU has not been in the round of 32 since Jimmer Fredette. And the last two times that they've been to the second weekend, the Sweet 16, they had the best player in college basketball, Danny Ainge, Jimmer Fredette. It's hard to win games in this NCAA tournament. You have to win at least one. And let's dive into our takeaways, or excuse me, our trending up and trending down to size up more about BYU's potential path in the NCAA tournament.
Cougar Nation, trending. What's trending up and what's trending down this season?
This BYU team has just got to play loose, and as you noted, Matt, lean into who they are. And for me, I'll start things off. Trending up for BYU, they bounce back and in a hurry. They do not let one loss turn into two. They've got 4 consecutive games this year where they bounce back and won the next game. And you hope that becomes the 5th after the loss to Texas Tech last week, which I think left a lot of Cougar fans and someone like myself watching that thing courtside maybe raised a little bit of doubt, but still, I do believe in this team and their resilience. I think they bounce back in this one, and I think they'll have a quick turnaround. What's your trending up?
Health. I believed this before the Big 12 tournament, and I'm sort of glad it played out. Ask me this question next week, depending on what happens this weekend. But I like that this team is going to have a week off. And Ali Khalifa had a little ankle injury in that loss in the Big 12 tournament against, gosh, how am I already forgetting? Texas Tech. Geez. So I've been looking at so many teams on this bracket. I'm forgetting teams. Anyways, he's got to be healthy. This team needs to be healthy. I like that they had just a week off. Now, maybe there's a little concern that you'd be a little rusty to start, but I'd rather have that than have played 4 games in 4 days and be banged up going to this tournament. So I like the way that this team's health is trending currently.
And with Ali Khalifa, Mark Pope did tell BYU TV today that he expects to have his full roster available on Thursday. Ali Khalifa has been dealing with a right ankle injury that he suffered against Texas Tech. It was pretty swollen. I mean, it was, and he had admitted that it was painful, and that's why he sat out that second half. But he should be able to play. I mean, is he going to be 100%? Probably not. But he's going to be able to go. And I feel like BYU's offense is at its best when Ali Khalifa is on the floor. And that's not a knock at Foose. Foose is outstanding. And it's kind of this unique dynamic with BYU where I love the kind of the enforcer role and the ability to get baskets in the paint that Foose provides. But part of you feels like the true identity, the true essence of this team is on display when Ali Khalifa is part of that 5-out look that BYU brings on the floor when he's there. So Ali Khalifa is an important piece if BYU is going to make a run. What's trending down for me, I feel like there's not much that I feel like it's just, oh no, like if this happens, it's doomsday for BYU. Like I could go to the 3-point shooting after Texas Tech, but I think they're going to bounce back. I do. I think they're going to hit 10 threes against Duquesne at least. I really do. I think BYU will have a nice bounce back performance. I think just what's trending down is always just the fear of the March Madness in the NCAA tournament. Now, none of the history matters to this team. Like BYU's failures don't matter to this team, and honestly, I don't think any of these players really care about BYU's shortcomings in the dance, but it's just one of those stages where you lose to this Duquesne team, it could really negate some of the good things you did build this year because of that logo and because of the seeds. You better win this game because it could be a real bad look for BYU because no one looks at Duquesne and says, that's a great team. They're getting an 11 seed almost because it feels like the committee was so fed up with scrubbing the bracket and because of all these bid thieves are just like, just throw them in the spot we were going to put VCU and say, let's call it a day and we're done with this. So you better win this game. And because I feel like that could be a real sour note on what's been an epic season for BYU.
Trending down for me, Mitch, the NCAA selection committee. I just could not believe they got the 17th overall seed in the committee's eyes, but yet they get a 6th seed. And here was Coach Pope earlier on BYU being the only team that was not seeded correctly based off that 68 team ranking.
It seemed like a significant bump. You know, you would think if it was a no Sunday, You would think there's going to be one or two Saturday 5 seeds, but, I think out of the top 36 teams, we're the only team not seeded correctly based on the NCAA, the selection committee's list of how they rank teams. But again, guys, the only thing that matters to us is we're in this thing and we get a chance to go play, and we're playing against a great team, and we're going to try and go play great.
He goes on to say one of those 5 seeds is Gonzaga playing in Salt Lake City. He did have a comment on BYU not being able to play inside the Delta Center.
I was actually really excited about that. I thought that there would be a five seed in there. And like I said, we were the number 1 5 according to the selection committee. Mostly I'm just disappointed for our fan base. I think it would have been really special for Cougar Nation to be able to be there in that gym. So certainly kind of had hoped that that's where we would end up.
I feel bad also for the Cougar Nation, members of Cougar Nation that bought tickets, and now they're kind of torn. They're like, well, I don't really want to go to these games in Salt Lake. I mean, it's still March Madness, but you're like, I want to watch BYU and maybe enjoy the rest of the games. I don't know if I want to go to the Delta Center and watch those games. But, I mean, that's the challenge of March Madness. I mean, you're kind of forecasting, and the nice thing about BYU is you can kind of zero in on the certain cities that they could play in. As our producer Nate Slack informs us that he sold his tickets last night. So good on you, Nate, getting yours on the secondary market. I'm sure Arizona fans will gobble up some along with Gonzaga fans as well. But, I just think that would have been epic to see BYU in the Delta Center because, oddly enough, Matt, the last time BYU beat a single-digit seeded team in this tournament happened in Salt Lake. That was in 1991 at the Huntsman Center. So having the home crowd behind them would have, I think, really helped. And almost I would have felt confident saying lock of the century, BYU's getting the Sweet 16. But, hey, it wasn't to be. Now you got to go make it happen in the East region.
I need to move on from it, but I just can't figure out how that didn't happen. They're the 17th overall ranked team in the committee's eyes, and Salt Lake is sitting there for you.
It's totally Sunday play. And even Clark Kellogg from CBS, he noted the committee chair saying Sunday play played a role. And they are not going to make any sort of movement for any team that's similar or higher than BYU. BYU's going to have to take the hit. And, again, it's a self-inflicted deal. But it's
bullcrap when you're the top seed on your seed line. That's the problem.
You just wish that there was a feeling of you played in the toughest conference in America. We're going to make it work for them. BYU played a good schedule.
There was nothing to make work. You move Kansas somewhere else, and BYU gets the 5 seed in Salt Lake.
In this whole gaming the net system from the Big 12, allegedly, no. BYU played a good schedule. They beat the ACC tournament champ. They beat some teams in the Pac-12. I mean, BYU tested themselves. They are battle-tested going into this NCAA tournament.
We can't. That's not a valid argument anymore because teams like the Big 12 and the SEC and the Big 10, they play harder and more conference games than other conferences do just by having more teams in the conference.
Next year, BYU's going to play 20 conference games. Why
shouldn't play a non-conference?
Why would you load up with 11 tough non-conference games?
Yeah, it's a good point. All right, news, traffic, and weather coming your way. We'll be back with more. Taking your calls, 801-525-575-8255. We'll get to some of your calls on the other side.
It's 6:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Jeff Kaplan. KSL's top local story this hour. Cougar fans say BYU was robbed.
As a 6th seed, BYU heads to Omaha to get ready for a Thursday morning matchup against Duquesne. But there's grumbling on social media because fans note BYU should have been the first 5 seed, according to the selection committee's own rankings. And that would have put them in Salt Lake City.
It impacted BYU's seeding. It's okay in the first round, but in the second round, they might have to play 3-seed Illinois.
KSLSports.com BYU insider Mitch Harper tells Utah's Morning News BYU was dropped to a 6 seed because they don't play on Sunday. CBS Sports says the 5 seed BYU would have gotten instead went to Gonzaga. Becky Bruce, KSL News Radio.
Our top national story this hour from ABC News. The Supreme Court has blocked a Texas law that would give police broad powers to arrest migrants suspected of illegally entering the U.S. The stay will remain in place while the legal battle plays out. The Biden administration sued to strike down the measure, arguing that it infringed on federal authority, hurt international relations, and create chaos in administering immigration law. Coming up, sunny skies right through the work week. How hot? You'll find out. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 6:32.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At slcfatloss.com, we know the secret. Our unique weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight, get healthy, and get your energy back naturally, safely, and effectively. If you'd like to lose unhealthy fat without counting points, no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no surgery, and no injections with the risk of serious side effects, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation in person or virtually.
This is Maria Chaleos. If you are done being exhausted with the same old stubborn weight problem, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is the answer. Their plan melts the fat quickly. I've lost more than 23 pounds in 6 weeks. Schedule your free consultation in person or virtually, slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. For your free private weight loss consultation, call 801-450-1882 or go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Advertising used to be simple. Your options were radio, TV, newspaper, and let's not forget the yellow pages. Now it seems like a tidal wave of options. Podcast, cable TV, streaming, OTT, CTV, audio networks, smart speakers. On top of that, you need digital marketing for your website along with SEM, SEO, display, video, YouTube, email, and all the social media platforms. Look, you're the expert in your business. Wouldn't it be nice to have an expert to market you? We are Bonneville Salt Lake, the local marketing and media company you know and trust. We reach customers across all digital and social platforms and have the reach of traditional advertising available as well. We find your customer anytime, any place, anywhere on any device here in Utah or anywhere in the world. We work to optimize your results with our in-house local team of experts, providing you with qualified leads, not just impressions. Contact Stephanie Palmer at KSL for a free consultation, including a complete digital audit with no obligation or cost to you. Email spalmer@ksl.com. That's spalmer@ksl.com.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Visit the contest page on KSLNewsRadio.com. This week, win tickets to the Utah Symphony perform Dvorak's Violin Concerto March 29th and 30th at Abravanel Hall. Plus, win tickets to see comedian Jim Gaffigan on the Barely Alive Tour coming in October to the Eccles Theater. Plus, win tickets to sit in the KSL suite at an upcoming Utah Grizzlies hockey game. It's all there. Text the word contest to 57500 or go to KSLNewsRadio.com/contests.
It's NCAA bracket time, and we have you covered. This Thursday and Friday, get bracket updates every 15 minutes. Find out who's winning, who's losing, and who's breaking your bracket. KSL Bracket Fun, all day this Thursday and Friday on KSL News Radio.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Michelle Rowe.
And we have delays northbound I-15 between 33rd South and 13th South, making your way into downtown. Headed southbound I-15, still a slow ride from Lehigh into Linden. For a limited time, open a 12-month certificate from Cypress Credit Union and get a 5.25% APY. Learn more at any branch or visit cypresscu.com. I'm Michelle Rowe in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather forecast. 39 degrees overnight, warmer tomorrow, 66 degrees, 68 for Wednesday. And on Thursday morning, we're going to be heading towards 67 degrees when BYU takes the court. Right now in Salt Lake City, 63 degrees. I'm Jeff Kaplan, KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Just like Cougar fans come together for BYU basketball, the community gathers around KSL each morning for important news. Listen tomorrow between 5 and 9 to KSL News Radio.
Cougar Nation, live from Provo. We were here watching some BYU football practice. I have a beautiful view of Wide Mountain right through this window. It's just a picturesque day down here in Provo. It's fantastic.
It really is. Tomorrow's the first day of spring, right?
Is it?
I think so. And just beautiful weather. I'm in the floral, flowery shirt. It's good times. The vibes are immaculate, and hopefully those vibes continue for BYU basketball. I know one of our callers tried to uplift the vibes. That's Jason from Eagle Mountain about
BYU baseball.
BYU baseball, but we're talking BYU hoops right now. Like we'll get to that down the road.
They're in the NCAA tournament. It's been I'm trying to think just off the top of my head, 7, 8, 9. You would know off the top. I mean, I know they played a couple years ago, but it didn't feel the same.
Yes.
It was the first tournament back after COVID-19. Right. It didn't have the same feel. This is the NCAA tournament in all its glory, and the last time they did this was 15?
15, yeah, the first 4 against Ole Miss, and then before that, the last time BYU played on the traditional
14.
Thursday round of 64 was 2014 against Oregon, and that was another classic Sunday deal where it's like, well, because of your Sunday stuff, we're going to give you a rematch against Oregon, a team you lost to in the regular season. This is a special time of the year, and again, you have to cherish these moments because you just never know when you get to go back to the dance. Now, the opportunities are going to be greater in the Big 12 because of the opportunities in Quad 1 and Quad 2 that you get, but you can never assume you're just always going to be good and it's always going to level up. So you got to capitalize when this moment is here in front of you. And I said this last week, Matt, and I'll say it again. I'm telling you, if BYU can get at least just one win and play well in this tournament and not have any blowout losses, this is a team Mark Pope wants to focus on roster retention in the offseason. They can be a preseason top 25 team next year. They're going to be better. I really believe that. Even if you lose Jackson Robinson, Spencer Johnson's going to be gone, but this program is built for some long-term success. But I feel like the next hurdle, the next climb, the piece is to win an NCAA tournament game. Mark Pope hasn't done that yet as a head coach. He never got a chance at UVU. He's 0-1 at BYU, and that one appearance at BYU against UCLA was not pretty. And that was in, as you noted, the COVID year in Hinkle Fieldhouse, and BYU got outclassed. And it was like, wow, were they ready for this big stage? BYU is the better team on Thursday against Duquesne. Tip-off at 10:40 a.m. coming up on Thursday inside Omaha, and I'll be there at the arena to have you covered on KSLSports.com. But they got to capitalize on this moment because I think it could lead to a lot of narrative builders, preseason top 25 talk. Like, that's what's in front of BYU if they can get this win because I think better days are ahead for the program.
We're taking your calls, 801-575 8255. How confident are you, Cougar Nation, that this BYU team can make the Sweet 16? We'd love to hear you sound off on the selection committee if you have any thoughts on that and this team at large. 801-575-8255. Join us. Get your thoughts on the air before it all begins on Thursday with that fun first round. How far do you think this team can go? Can they make it to the Sweet 16? How confident are you, Mitch?
That Illinois possible matchup in the round of 32
is tough.
Scares me a little bit. Yeah. Watching them in the Big Ten tournament championship game on Sunday, they've got a really good offense. And I just feel like that's a game that would be a tough matchup for BYU. It feels that way. I would love BYU to be in that spot to see how it plays out. Maybe even more, I would love to see Morehead State pull off the upset against Illinois. I would like that a little bit more. No pun intended. But I feel like BYU, I feel very confident they'll get to the round of 32. I'm not confident they'll get to the Sweet 16. Because, look, maybe I'm just resorting too much to history, but I just feel like BYU basketball says that you have to have the best player in the land to get to the second weekend. And so I just feel that BYU's got to get one, and if they can get that one, everything else is house money. You go into that Illinois game, if you do get to that spot on Saturday, you play loose. You just let it rip, man, because there's nothing to lose. You were once the preseason number 13 team in the Big 12. No one believed in you, and you've got to this point and exceeded everyone's expectations. Just get that one, and everything else to me is gravy. I just feel like I just want to see the round of 32, and then let's see what happens after that.
It's a coin flip for me whether or not they can get to the Sweet 16. I wouldn't say I'm optimistic they will. I wouldn't say I'm pessimistic they won't. It really comes down to the three-point shooting. This Illinois team led by Terrence Shannon Jr., a fifth-year guard, started his career at Texas Tech, second year now at Illinois, averaging 23 points a game. In some of these painful losses this year, Mitch, one of the common themes is the opposing team has had dynamic guard play that BYU has not had an answer for. Think about Pop Isaacs. Think about some of those guards for Iowa State that came alive in that loss on the road recently. So it's not a great draw to have Illinois. However, I've never felt like this Illinois team was great. In fact, outside of Purdue, is there a great team in the Big Ten? You could make a case with Purdue's lack of success in the tournament that they're not a great team, even though, again, they're a number 1 seed. So it's not out of the realm of possibility for sure. And I think the other thing that brings me a little pause and concern is this is a team that has a clear identity from the three-point line. And I love that. It's a lot of fun to watch. However, they're not a terribly consistent team from the three-point line. They're capable of knock down 14 or 15 and beat anybody, but the next week they're capable of making 7 and shooting sub 30%. When they're sub 32%, Mitch, they're winless on the season. So that's very much in play. Can they repeat that multiple games in a row? I don't know. But it's not out of the realm of possibility, which makes it fun.
I feel good about Thursday, though, and I feel like BYU, they've got to control the pace, get up tempo, get into transition against Duquesne. You know, looking at Duquesne's team, they've got some talent. Of course, I mean, to get to this point of the season, to be in the NCAA tournament, you've got to have talent. Their leading scorer, Day Grant, 16.7 points per game. Feels like BYU's faced a lot of guys named Day. I didn't know that was such a common name, Day Grant. They've also got a Fusene Drame. He's averaging 6.7 points per game. He's their leading rebounder as well with 5.7 boards. It's also interesting of note in this one, and I'm curious to get your thoughts if this has any bearing. Our producer, Nate Slack, in our Cougar Sports Roundtable up on KSLSports.com today, he expressed a little bit of concern about this, but Duquesne's head coach announced that he is going to be retiring at the end of this NCAA tournament run for Duquesne. Keith Dambrot is going to be retiring. Extra motivation for the Dukes? Are they going to play inspired one last ride for their coach? Does that concern you at all?
I'm sure they will. It doesn't concern me. I'm much more concerned about BYU. If they don't shoot it well to start, does that affect other parts of their game? Because that's exactly what happened in the loss against Texas Tech. They were getting good shots. They weren't falling. And I felt good. Even though they were down double digits early, I'm like, it's fine. Just keep playing good defense. Keep rebounding the ball well. Well, what happened was, after a period of time, the defense slipped. Their effort on the glass slipped. And before you knew it, it was a 20-point lead, and then the hole was too big. Can this team stay locked in to the little things if the shot is not falling? I will say this, though. One thing I do like about the draw, the times came out. BYU is playing very early on Thursday. It's the second start tip of the tournament on Thursday. I like that for Ali Khalifa and his fasting with the Ramadan, is that he'll eat in the morning. He's already been through this a couple times, the two early games in the Big 12. He's got the routine down a little bit. I think that's helpful for Khalifa.
He's Matt Biamonte. I'm Mitch Harper. Taking our final time out of the show. On the other side, we'll give some of our predictions and also break down more of this BYU-Duquesne matchup as the Cougars get ready for the big dance. It's all right here on Cougar Nation.
What would you say if I told you you could get a free furnace? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and I hope you'd at least say, tell me more. Now, before you get too excited, let me explain how this works and why we do our free furnace sale. We feel like we've got the best HVAC techs around and we want to keep them. But the only way we can do that is if they're working and providing for their families, so we set money aside for this free furnace sale. We're only able to give you this great deal because you're helping us keep our guys busy. It's actually great if you've been thinking about replacing both your furnace and air conditioner, because when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services by March 31st to schedule a free estimate. One of our HVAC supervisors will come to your home and explain all the details. If you think you might be interested, call Any Hour Services today and schedule your free estimate. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Do you enjoy fishing, hunting, or just soaking in the beautiful outdoors? Then you need to check out the KSL Outdoors Show, airing Saturdays at 6:30 p.m. and midnight on KSL 5 TV. Outdoors with Me, Adam Eagle, is a unique show that takes viewers on a journey through Utah's beautiful backcountry. Watch it live every weekend or find the Outdoor Show on YouTube, KSLOutdoors.com, Facebook, and Instagram. It's the KSL Outdoors Show, brought to you by Camp Chef.
Strike gold every day with Golden Rewards at Golden West Credit Union. Introducing the new Golden West Loyalty Program. Every member can enjoy the Gold Account, a free savings account with an impressive 6% annual percentage yield. You can fund your Gold Account in 4 ways. Opt in to round up your debit card purchases to the nearest dollar with Roundup Rewards. The extra change will automatically be deposited into your Gold Account. To add even more funds, your Visa Signature, Platinum Rebate, and Visa Rewards Cashback will be deposited directly into your high-yield Gold Account. The year-end Golden Bonus Dividend will be deposited into your Gold Account to earn even higher dividends. And take advantage of special promotional offers at Golden West, and we will deposit the cash reward, earning you even more. Your Gold Account savings will add up fast. Secure your free Gold Account at Golden West Credit Union today or online at gwcu.org. Member NCUA.
We'll take care of you. Ladies, Dave's Bernina makes it easy for you to own a new Bernina quilting machine.
We're celebrating National Quilting Month with extraordinary pricing and offers.
At Dave's Bernina in Provo and St. George.
Saved on the Bernina Q Series quilting machine.
All machines are on sale with extra discounts.
Such as $5,999 on the Bernina Q16 on adjustable folding table, $8,999 on the Bernina Q16 on 10-inch studio frame. Take advantage of 2.99 APR financing for 60 months on select machines. Buy the all-new Bernina L890 QE Serger. Receive a free gift package worth over $1,600.
During this sale, treat your sewing love to some sweet extras with special discounts and super savings on Bernina machines and accessories.
Special pricing on Bernina 475 and 770 Cape machines. A great value.
Dave's Bernina, 2017 North 550 West in Provo and 691 East St. George Boulevard.
Want more speed? Well, you're in luck, because Xfinity just increased their internet speeds and they're faster than ever. Plus, with super fast internet and a reliable connection, you can do more of what you love whenever you want. More gaming, more downloading, more video chatting, and more cozy nights on the couch streaming your favorite movies and TV shows. If life with more speed sounds pretty awesome, that's because it is. It's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. Get 300 megabit Xfinity internet for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included. That's 50% more speed for the same great price. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Want more speed? Go to Xfinity.com, call or visit a store today.
S&S Roofing is your trusted source for quality and affordability. They've been the top roofing company in Utah for over 40 years. Schedule an estimate now. Get a free quote at sandsroofinginc.com.
Spend time with KSL News Radio and get a deeper understanding of the world around us.
I do listen to KSL so much because you've got voices like Boyd Matheson.
I listen to him every day.
You can trust him.
Inside Sources, weekdays 1 to 3.
On KSL News Radio.
Make sure you have the KSL News Radio app to stream BYU games wherever you go. You can also get breaking news alerts and podcast your favorite KSL show, all on one app for KSL News Radio.
This Thursday, however, the app will not be working for stream. Just FYI, Cougar fans. Only 102.7 FM and 1160 AM is where you can hear BYU versus Duquesne. So just a heads up, only on the radio dial, 102.7 FM and 1160 AM. And, of course, you can watch the game on True TV. And we'll have coverage inside the arena for BYU and Duquesne on KSLSports.com. So tip-off 10:40 a.m. on Thursday, Matt. One of the things that stood out from last week's loss against Texas Tech, slow start once again for BYU. It's been kind of a theme with this team outside of the UCF win in the Big 12 tournament. Is it time to make a change up the starting lineup, ruffle the deck a little bit as they go into the NCAA tournament?
No, the only thing that really needs to be changed, and I don't think it will be, and this is a nitpick of the highest nits being picked, the change needs to be Coach Pope's substitutions pattern. I don't like how to start games, he'll wait to get Jackson Robinson in almost always 5 minutes.
Yep.
There's never like after 2 minutes it's going south, you're down 7-0. There's never a quick timeout to get new people in. It's always just status quo through the first timeout, and then Jackson will come in after the first media timeout. That needs to be evaluated. If it's a 5-0 start and things are rolling and someone's not playing good D or not making shots, I'm going to Richie, I'm going to Jackson, I'm going to the guys who have been consistent all year long. Secondly, too, you have to ride the hot hand. We have seen him make that mistake a couple times this year. He did it with Trevin Nell when he was banging threes earlier in the season in conference play, and then he did it in the loss. Jackson Robinson was making threes, and I know he said, hey, he had 4 fouls. Sometimes you just got to let players play.
Yep.
If someone picks up 2 fouls, if let's say Dallin Hall gets 2 fouls with 14 minutes to go in the first half, you need to trust Dallin Hall to stay in the game. Like, at some point, you got to let your best players play through these things. You can't micromanage every little situation. So that's what I want to see. Hopefully, none of those scenarios play out, and you can just ride your rotations like normal. But if you do need to make a tweak, I want to see it from Coach Pope in terms of how he subs players in and out.
I like that take, and this is a big opportunity for Mark Pope. Only his second NCAA tournament appearance. It would have been his third had COVID not wiped away the 2020 bracket. But how does he handle managing a March Madness game? Because we haven't coached in one of these settings, but I can only imagine it's a lot more tense. It's a bigger pressure cooker than anything they maybe see. And
win or go home.
And yeah, exactly. And the thing is that I'm fascinated to see how BYU performs in this tournament, knowing that they've been a battle-tested team. I just feel like that is a new dynamic that is so different than years past for BYU. Because, I'll tell you, when years gone by, when I would see a team in BYU's quadrant or their region, I think, oh man, avoid that team at all costs because they've never seen anything like that. I look at this bracket, even UConn, who is dang good, and I think I tentatively have them picked to win it all, but I feel
you got a repeat coming in.
I feel like I need to change that. I don't know, but the thing is that I just feel like BYU has seen the big physical teams, the athletic squads, and they're in this spot. They've managed that. They've played a ton of Quad 1, Quad 2 teams, and they're here. They were the highest-rated 5C team. They technically get a 6. I just want to see what impact that has to where, when they get into these games in March Madness, how they stay the course, stay calm, because they've seen it all, and nothing should faze them in this bracket.
Last chance to get in a call, Cougar Nation, if you want to chime in. How confident are you that this team can get to the Sweet 16? 801-575-8255. 801-575-TALK to jump on here before the opening round on Thursday for BYU. Devil's advocate to that, though, Mitch. This team is experienced, and they've been through a lot. However, the guys who have been around for a while have had no success in tournaments. None in the WCC tournament and none in the Big 12 tournament.
They did win that Vegas showdown, if you want to call that like a bracket.
But there's no pressure in that. That's
right.
Basically a preseason fun Thanksgiving trip down to Vegas. So it's not like they can call upon previous experience of we took down Gonzaga and won a WCC, or in this tournament we had this adversity. I mean, maybe a little bit in the UCF win, but not a lot of postseason success for this group of BYU players, which I hope changes coming up this weekend.
It's going to be a fun game, and do you feel like it's a BYU blowout? Do you feel like BYU just rolls with ease to a win?
No.
I feel like they win, but I think it's going to come down to the under 4 media timeout second half, and Duquesne's still going to be in striking distance.
I'm with you. I think it's going to be close. Look, these tournament games, and ever since the portal and NIL a little bit, it feels like these mid-major teams have gotten stronger, and there's just a lot of experience with these groups of teams that are able to retain their players. And because roster turnover, and this is something I like about BYU, because roster turnover is so high at the top level where you're constantly bringing in new guys are going to the league, doing whatever, there's less continuity at the top, which makes some of these lower teams that have some continuity thrive. Look, that's why we saw teams like FAU last year go to the Final Four. We've seen some of these top teams struggle because there's no continuity. I like that for BYU, that they have played together for now their second year. They have been through some battles, just haven't had the postseason success, but I like that. But Duquesne, look, you don't get into this thing by accident. You have to be playing good basketball, and I think in this opening round, anything can go. You just want to survive and advance this opening round, get your feet wet a little bit, get the jitters out, and then in that round of 32, you can kind of get back to who you are.
If BYU wins a game on Thursday against Duquesne, 10:40 a.m. tip here on KSL News Radio, are they one of the great all-time BYU teams? Getting at least one win in the dance?
No. Definitively no. Sweet 16, yes.
Okay.
You feel like one win's enough to put great on there?
Maybe I just set such a low bar on this NCAA tournament. Maybe I'm just
one win
I got
against
PTSD.
Duquesne, and you're willing to say great?
Look,
you got to get to the Sweet 16.
I just feel like, man, you get that win on Thursday, that feels special. They're just so hard to come by,
They're
Matt.
a favorite. They're almost a double-digit
I know,
favorite.
man, but these games are hard. They are so difficult. You think Big 12 games are hard. This is going to be the toughest game in BYU's lives.
No.
It is. I'm telling you, Matt, this is going to be so challenging.
You're giving me some Coach Pope speak here. This will be the hardest
Look,
thing
I
you've
believe
ever
it.
been through.
It is. BYU Duquesne is going to be the game of the century for BYU.
Give me a break.
March Madness
Who am
games
I
just take
talking
on
to?
such a huge life, man. But with all that said, and I say that because it's transfer portal season too. With all that said, BYU's getting it done on Thursday.
I like BYU to win as well. And here, I'm giving you a bonus prediction. I like them to beat Illinois. Give me the Sweet 16, baby. Let's go, Cougs.
It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll have you covered in Omaha. Take care, everyone. We'll talk to you later this week.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
Social Security is with you through life's journey from birth to retirement. As your life changes year to year, so do your needs. For over 80 years, Social Security has helped to meet your needs and is committed to improving access to the services that make a difference in your life. Today, you can verify your earnings, estimate your future benefits, apply for retirement, manage your benefits, and even change your address, all from the comfort of your home. Social Security's online services help put you in control with secure access to your information anytime, anywhere, allowing you to spend more time with family, friends, or simply just enjoying the day. Social Security, securing today and tomorrow. See what you can do online at socialsecurity.gov.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
Inside Sources with Boyd Matheson. Our goal every day on Inside Sources is to help you divide the rage from the reason, elevate the conversation, connect the dots, and make the news make sense in your world. We have conversations with great thinkers, with great leaders, and great people who are just out there making a difference in the world. Now, we do talk about politics, but only so we can discuss society and culture. And then we explore society and culture so we can discuss principles and the people in America and the state of Utah who actually live them and apply them every day. We bring the best and brightest minds to the state of Utah, and we love to take the Utah model and send it out to our nation's capital and beyond. Every day on Inside Sources, you'll be part of that conversation. To help you understand things in a different way, we'll get you to think again about what you think you know, but most important, we're going to help you have confidence to have crucial conversations in your community and in your own home.
Join Inside Sources with Boyd Matheson, 1 to 3 on KSL News Radio.
Mom and Dad used to argue about everything, especially about Dad's drinking. It drove me crazy. It got so bad, I couldn't do my homework. I couldn't concentrate. I absolutely refused to let any of my friends come to our house for any reason. I would have been humiliated if anyone found out how much my dad drank and how loud my mom screamed at him. My family went from totally crazy to quiet, calm, and even peaceful. The only thing that happened is my mom started going to Al-Anon family groups. Her relationship with my dad really changed. I asked Mom if she would take me to her Al-Anon meetings or to Alateen. I wanted to see if I could have a better relationship with my dad. I'm sure glad I did. If someone's drinking troubling you, you might be surprised at what you can learn in an Al-Anon or Alateen family group from people just like you. Call 1-888-4-ALANON or go to alanon.org.
Dave and Debbie. I want our listeners to feel like they have an advocate, that they have somebody that's going to fight for them, challenge the status quo or the pithy soundbite. We have a unique job where we have access to interviews and people that not everyone has. We take that seriously. So if we do feel like we're getting a spin, then we can challenge it. I love it when people tell me, I was just thinking about that question that you asked. I'm glad you asked that question. That's like the height of compliment.
I want our listeners to feel empowered to use the information that they've learned on the Dave and Dujanovic Show to help their families, to help make good decisions, help investigate other avenues to maybe protect their family's safety or protect their family's money. I'm hopeful our show leaves our listeners with a sense of empowerment so they can make the best decision possible for themselves and for their families.
Listen for Dave and Dujanovic 9 to noon on KSL News Radio.
At Social Security, we are always thinking of ways to save you time and make things easier. That's why we created My Social Security. Opening a My Social Security account gives you secure access to your personal record and interactive tools tailored for you. You can see if you are eligible to receive benefits, view spousal benefit estimates, and compare retirement benefit estimates at different ages or dates when you want to start receiving benefits. Already receiving benefits? Use your account to change your address, set up or change direct deposit, get a proof of income letter, and more. In most states, you can also request a replacement Social Security card. Save time. Go online. Open a My Social Security account at ssa.gov/myaccount. Social Security, securing today and tomorrow.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
KSL at Night was recorded and produced this afternoon. KSL at Night. Some of Utah's top political specialists join a roundtable on the day's biggest stories. KSL is at 102.7 FM and on every smart speaker when you say play KSL News Radio.
Good evening, listeners. I'm Abby Osborne here on KSL at Night. All by myself tonight. It's going to be a short show, so we themed it up. We're going to talk about all things policy about sports in Utah. We have a number of things that we're going to cover today. We're going to start off with the NBA and the NHL and the downtown revitalization. We'll move on to baseball and the Power District.
That's the fabulous Alan Orton on the call for the Minnesota Timberwolves, who's also quite a good skier, I might add, and who had a great day yesterday on the Park City Mountain. The Timberwolves come into this one. They are trying to fight for number 1 in the West. They've got a big matchup tomorrow with Denver, who is currently a half game ahead of them in the standings with Oklahoma City, sitting in first. Minnesota's in third, now 4 games ahead of the slumping Los Angeles Clippers. They come into this ballgame at 46-21, 17th ranked offensive team, number 1 ranked defensive team in the NBA. Anthony Edwards, who you heard there a ton, 26 points a game, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. Mike Conley's been brilliant recently for them. He leads them assists with 6. Rudy Gobert is not available tonight, 14 points, 14 rebounds a game. Nor is Karl Anthony Towns, so that leaves Naz Reid in the middle. Very good three-point shooter at 40%. Your Utah Jazz are now 26-38 on the season. Number 16 ranked offense, number 20 ranked, 9th ranked defense. Over the last 10 games, Jazz offense is a bit better. It's 10th in the league, but the defense is 30th. Lauri Markkanen returns tonight in the starting lineup, and here's Dan Roberts with the rest of the starters.
Starting it forward at 7 feet from Finland, number 33. Welcome back, Lauri Markkanen. At forward at 6'9" from UCF, number 0, Taylor Hendricks. At center at 6'9" from Wake Forest, number 20, John Collins. At the guard line at 6'3" from Providence, number 11, Chris Dunn. And at guard at 6'4" from Baylor, number 3, Keontae George.
Those are your Jazz starters on the direction of Will Hardy. We tip it off next in Salt Lake City.
This joyful sound is the No More Chemo bell at Intermountain Health St. George Hospital. And it means that Sarah Parker beat cancer. It also means her doctor spotted it early enough to treat, and that her oncologist helped her fight it every step of the way. It means that her nurse helped her keep track of medicines, and that a case manager made the whole experience just a little bit easier. Every time we hear that bell, it reminds us that all things are possible when we work together. It reminds us of the power of we. Intermountain Health.
Is this house a good price compared to others in the area? Are prices going up or down? If I don't make an offer right this very moment, will I miss my chance? These are just some of the questions a home buyer might ask. And these are the sorts of questions an agent who is a Realtor can help answer. Because Realtors have the expertise, data, and access to specialty training to help you navigate the process of buying a home. They provide support, guidance, and have your back every step of the way. That's what Realtors do, because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
The Utah Jazz are back at Delta Center for a rematch against the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Jazz are determined to bounce back from their performance on Saturday night, secure a win for the home crowd before embarking on a challenging 3-game road trip. Tonight, the Timberwolves, fighting for number 1 in the West, are led by 2-time All-Star Anthony Edwards, who dropped 31 on Saturday. However, the Jazz have their star back as Lauri Markkanen makes his return to the lineup. Can Lauri Markkanen and Keontae George boost the scoring for the Utah Jazz and get them to even this 2-game set? Jazz, Wolves, same song, different verse. Next on Jazz Basketball.
It's the non-stop NBA, and McDonald's tip-off is now.
Let's watch for the floaters tonight. How about that, huh?
We'll keep a close eye on those non-restricted area shots. If you're new to this, we'll explain why here in a minute. And the Jazz win the opening tip.
Lauri's the first option.
Kyle Anderson has the matchup on Lauri, who's not their best defensive player, interestingly enough.
It up.
Keontae George guarded by their best defensive player, Jaden McDaniel. Purple uniforms for the Jazz tonight. And a dribble off the foot of George out of bounds for first turnover.
They really blew the play up there. Nice job there by the Timberwolves. I mean, they jumped topside, kept Lauri Markkanen from coming to the ball.
Leading scorer is Anthony Edwards. He's a 2-time All-Star, and boy, is he ever something. 6'4", body like a running back or middle linebacker in the NFL with all the athleticism. Kyle Anderson, a rare three from the corner, no good. Naz Reid goes over Keontae George, grabs the rebound and lays it up and in. So the Timberwolves are 46-21. They're without Karl Anthony Towns and without Rudy Gobert. Jazz are close to full strength. No Jordan Clarkson's really the only missing players. Lowry launches on the right side and buries a three. He averages 23 a game. Exact same as his number on the back of his jersey.
And averaging 3 3-point shots makes a ball game.
Here's Ant. Chris Dunn defending. Skip pass stolen by Keontae George with two outstretched arms. He grabs it away, shoulder hang. Now drives with the right hand at the venerable Mike Conley, kisses it high off the window and in. 5-2 Utah. Keontae, about 18 points a game as a starter. Right corner, Anderson, he's the distributor. Inside to Reed, playing in the post, slides by Collins and scores.
What a luxury they have with him, because he can play the forward, he can play the center, and he also stretches the floor just like Karl Anthony Towns.
Him being Naz Reid, you're talking about?
Naz Reid, yeah.
Because I thought you were going to talk about the luxury of having Kyle Anderson, so that tells you a little bit how well Tim Conley's put together this roster. As John Collins drives and is fouled. Oh, no, John Collins got it ripped away and then reaches in and fouls. The reason I said Kyle Anderson, Ron, what a luxury. He can guard Lowry Markkanen, who's 7'1", but he's really your point guard at 6'8", and he allows Mike Conley to now play off the ball and be a scorer for them, since they need something without Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, that's a couple of good players that they have in this rotation.
Here's Ant. Left side out of the University of Georgia, former #1 pick of an NBA draft. Beautiful crossover. Slides by Collins and lays it up and in.
Woo! Huge mistake, because his help was to his left and with Chris Dunn.
Yeah, he's just still lucky he got his shoes on after that move. Here's Chris Dunn, left-hand dribble. Flares it out to Lowry, rotate to Keontae. Edwards tight on him. Edwards wants to be all defense this year. Knocks it off the leg of Keontae George out of bounds with the second turnover of the night on the youngster. And this is a great test for our youngsters also, Ron, because Anthony Edwards and these guys have now seen it for a day, and they've thought about guarding him. And now how do they guard him a little differently? Top to Jaden McDaniels, really struggling with his shot. Top to Anderson, holding at the top of the key. He's their distributor. Right side to Ant, their leading scorer. Top to Reed, good three-point shooter. Struggles from the angle right, launches from there and misses. 50% down the middle, but if he gets angle right, he's not as good. Here's Chris Dunn. They go under on the pick. Flare out to Lowry for three. Too long. Rebound, John Collins back up and in. And the Jazz take a 7-6 lead after 3 minutes. Mike Conley, far side, open side pick and roll, steps behind the three-point line, quick launch, misses. Rebound Lowry. Dunn to the front court. Chris was originally the 5th pick of the draft by the Minnesota Timberwolves. Right side, driving through the lane with a left-hand finish as Keontae blocked at the rim, goes out of bounds. Off the Jazz. Keontae with a struggling start and says a few things to the Timberwolves bench.
Well, they probably said some few things to him to cause him to respond to it. You'd be surprised how much chatter there is on the bench.
You probably don't want to share some of the things that are said, do you?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I didn't think so. It's been a good career. McDaniels pass, knocked away by Collins. He runs it back down in front of Will Hardy. Now goes one-on-one, driving on John. Big steps, off balance, left-hander. Good for Jaden McDaniels. Jaden played his college ball at the University of Washington. Was the 28th pick in the first round. Here's Chris Dunn. Bounce pass, tight curl. Keontae swatted by Anthony Edwards. Markkanen has it for the Jazz still. Right side Dunn, who's not a three-point shooter, so he'll penetrate on the smaller Conley. Wants to get to his right hand, can't. He's able to float it up and in nonetheless. Fading left, tough luck. Good basket, good defense by Mike. Anthony Edwards at the top. Throws the ball out in front, runs it down, now retreats back out, has Collins on a mismatch. Chest to the corner to Anderson. A very slow ball fake and then swings back to Ant for a three, no good. Rebound Hendricks. Taylor's been eating glass for the Jazz since moving into the starting lineup. Left side Hendricks. Left corner Keontae. They're forcing him to stay in the corner. He bounces back to Hendricks for an open three and he made it. Taylor Hendricks.
This is one I'm really liking right now. You notice how quickly they're getting into the offense once they come over the time zone.
And they haven't had a mid-range floater other than Chris Dunn's shot a minute ago.
Well, that's what you're going to get out of him.
Yep, 100%. Kyle Anderson driving. Cut off by Lowry. Steps on the baseline, out of bounds.
You know what that kind of reminded me of, that play right there by Anderson? A junior Jazz player that can only go to his straight right hand.
Yeah.
He backs up, then he tries to go right again. He backs up, then he tries to go right again. Lowry wasn't going for that. Forced you to the baseline.
Free throw line extended far side, Dunn. Top to John Collins, puts it on the deck with the right hand, then hands back to Dunn, whose left hand bounce pass back to John in a two-man game. Going to the rim hard with the left hand, and he's fouled. John Collins will get 2 free throws for that. Brings us to our first timeout. 6:55 left in the first quarter. The Jazz have garnered a 4-point advantage, 12-8 here in Salt Lake City.
This is John Collins, and you are listening to Utah Jazz Basketball.
Dribbling, passing, shooting, communication, and teamwork. Utah Jazz camps and clinics help kids develop skills on and off the basketball court. Find camps at jazzyouth.com.
Mountain Land Power Equipment provides exceptional service and high-quality brands you know and trust in lawn, landscaping, and snow removal products. Their experienced staff of technicians repairs all types of snow plows, snow blowers, and lawnmowers, and small engines, and are trained to answer questions about lawns, gardens, snow removal, and landscaping products. So whether you're digging in the dirt or digging in the snow, check out Mountain Land Power Equipment, now with 2 locations to serve you, in Salt Lake City and Springville.
Hey, Jazz Bear. All of us at Ken Garf are wondering, what's your favorite part about being, well, the Jazz Bear? Hearing the roar of the crowd, that's one of our favorite sounds, too. Oh, and remind me, your favorite way to get around when you can't ride your motorcycle? I knew you'd say that. Well, looks like a fan is here to see you. It was great catching up.
Wait, you can hear the Jazz Bear?
Yeah, you can't? Ken Garf, we hear you.
Woodley Real Estate, a proud sponsor of the Utah Jazz, is a full-service commercial and residential real estate firm helping clients invest, buy, sell, lease, and develop real estate. With over 20 years of experience, they've represented individuals from seasoned investors to first-time homebuyers and businesses from publicly traded companies, including Qualtrics, Vivint, and Domo, to Silicon Slope's fastest-growing startups. Woodley Real Estate, finding homes for Utah's businesses and the people who run them. Learn more about Woodley Real Estate at woodley.co.
Take note, Jazz fans. The exclusive debit card of your Utah Jazz is here, and it's only available at America First, the official credit union of the Utah Jazz. The Utah Jazz debit card changes the financial game. It's packed with features, packed with benefits, and since it's accepted all over the world, it gives you home court advantage no matter where you pay. Get yours today. Apply at americafirst.com/jazz. Available on approved credit. Eligibility and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Coach's Sound Flash.
There's a lot of hours in the day that I'm not in the locker room, and they have to develop the ability to be honest, first and foremost, with themselves as individuals, and then with their teammates. They have to be able to have those conversations in like a very honest way, and sometimes that's uncomfortable.
He's an adult in the room with his experience, also with his manner. Everything he does is, he's not afraid to have a tough or real conversation, but he does it in a non-threatening way. His teammates love him, they respect him, they look up to him, and they, it's all backed by the fact that he can still go out and play at a super high level.
That's your Nu Skin Player Sound Flash. Nu Skin, proud sponsor of the Utah Jazz. Discover the best you with Nu Skin. And that sound flash, as John Collins is the free throw line, was Will Hardy on players stepping up as leaders, and then Chris Finch on the great Mike Conley's leadership. Got to see Mike the other night after the game. He and his wife Mary in town.
When they have 3 or 4 days in one city, a lot of times the wives will follow.
They were in LA for about 4 after that, before this. Lob down low to McDaniels is overthrown. He's able to save it off of Colin Saxon, who's just checked in, and Taylor Horton Tucker checks in. So a little substitution change to the Jazz here. Inbound to the top to Reed, taps it back to McDaniels. McDaniels finds a rolling Reed, reaching in and knocking it away is Sexton. Round ball robbery by the Jazz. Fast break, John Collins, boom, boom, pow.
No matter where he catches the basketball, he's up high enough where he can dunk it.
15-8 start by the Jazz. Conley goes down on a pick and roll. That's a foul on the Jazz. That was quite a dunk by John Collins. The alley-oop was thrown pretty much as a straight line without a lot of arc to it, and he was on a full throttle, jumped up in the air, grabbed it, and then elevated over the rim to dunk it.
He has great jumping ability, and you remember at the beginning of the season, every player on the team said that John Collins is very creative with some of his dunks.
Great start for the Jazz, who lead at 15-8 as Anthony Edwards off a left-footed fadeaway from the free throw line airballs.
John Collins has 2 fouls, and Will's going to roll with him.
It's the right move. Keontae pops out left wing. He's got 2 turnovers early, guarded by one of the best defenders in the league in McDaniels. Drives the lane, McDaniels from behind, tries to block it. Keontae scores it and then stares down official David Guthrie, wondering why he didn't get a call. 10-0 run by the Jazz. Here's Ant, right side, 26 a game, had 31 the other night, spinning in the lane, off balance, fading back, missed it. Rebound, Taylor Horton-Tucker. Taylor with a white wristband on his left arm with the number 5. Hands to Sexton, off the bounce 3 for Collins is good. Collins shooting over 50% on off the bounce 3 since February 1st. Major evolution in his game. Reed driving, spinning, Collins goes down, no whistle, Reed lays it up and in. 20-10 Utah. Sexton left side. Collins the second leading scorer on the Jazz at 18 a game. Wraps the pass around to Collins. He drives on Reed. Puts a shoulder into a running old school James Worthy hook. No good. Rebound comes down to McDaniels. Top to Morris. Reed trailing from his sweet spot for 3, and he makes it.
And already 9 points.
As Reed taking advantage of no Karl Anthony Towns and no Rudy Gobert.
That's 11 points at the half.
Right side,
Saturday.
Keontae off of Collins' pick. Left-hand dribble, a lot of contact. Foul, throws it up and in. Keontae George with the bucket and the foul. And still talking to the Timberwolves bench. Will Hardy, as we mentioned, pregame press conference was very interesting. Here's what he said about holding these young guys accountable.
They respond. They know. I also try the best I can to not teach in gray area. There are some possessions that are debatable. I understand that. Things happen fast. But last game, there were way too many possessions that weren't debatable, and I think that was my frustration. We had film session where the players did a lot of the talking. We let them say things out loud, and they know. They're smart. They care. I tried to do my best to explain the why behind it, as well as, telling them in certain situations, hey, this was done well.
Minnesota with the basketball. Anthony Edwards comes down with a left-hand dribble down the left side of the lane, gets to the cup and finishes for 2.
You remember the comments that ball doesn't lie?
Colin Sexton driving hard. McDaniels blocks him. Colin goes down hard. He's a little slow coming back the other way. 5-on-4. Morris free throw line jumper is good. The ball don't lie comment by Rasheed Wallace after Yes.
So the film doesn't lie either. So once you get with a player and you're showing him the film and explaining it to him.
Coaches like film. Here's Sexton. Free throw line hopper. Good. 25-17. Jazz leading by 8. Their offense has been very good since the trade deadline. The defense has suffered a bit. And they're showing that again tonight. And they lead it 25-17. An 8-point advantage. And Chris Finch needs to get his guys refocus. They might be looking ahead a bit for tomorrow night's matchup with the Denver Nuggets, and he's got to bring them back into focus for tonight. Jazz 25, Wolves 17, 3:54 left in the first.
This is Colin Sexton, and you are listening to Utah Jazz Basketball.
The Utah Jazz count on flexibility, speed, strength.
And the Jazz pick up their 22nd assist.
So the Jazz count on University of Utah Health. And so can you. Leading doctors, a world-class environment, award-winning innovation, care to be great. University of Utah Health, caring for the Jazz and you. See the best at uofuhealth.org/care to be great.
You're in the market to buy a home. You're dreaming of a new home that you can fill with new memories, but new homes just aren't in your budget. Or are they? Visionary Homes wants you to know you don't have to buy a used home. Buy new. Buy now at Visionary Homes. As a trusted award-winning Utah home builder, Visionary Homes understands that your home is the center of your life, bringing friends and family together, creating memories you'll cherish forever. Buy new, buy now at visionaryhomes.com.
Level up your business spending with Bill. Their corporate cards plus free software can help you automate expense reports, track employee spending, and close your books faster. Plus, they've got an exclusive offer for Utah Jazz fans. Sign up for Bill Spend and Expense, and you'll get $500 back when you spend your first $500 on a Bill Divvy corporate card. Now that's a slam dunk. Learn more and get started at bill.com/Utah Jazz.
The regular season is heating up, new stars are emerging, and that means more opportunities to win up to 25 times your cash on Prize Picks. Select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projections, and place your entry. It's that easy. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit up to $100. Just download the Prize Picks app and use code REBOUND, on Prize Picks for a first deposit match up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Players Sound Flash.
Get better as a team and as an individual. I need to work on some things. I need to get better, and at the same time, I need to build chemistry with the young guys and really get that on-court experience against the other team, not just practice. So I think we can finish out this year strong and get better and set a standard for us. We've been working on with the coaches, just trying to get to my spot. So hopefully I get to do some of that. But I think I can help the team and help the young guys to go out there, and I can facilitate for them. I know the defense is going to be loading up. That's an area I can improve as well.
Really insightful comment there from Lowry Markkinen, and get insight on what a leader he is with his team. That's brought to you by Vivint. Utah Jazz play-by-play is brought to you by Instructure, the makers of Canvas. And tonight it is Instructure Teacher Night. It's kind of cool. They just recognized a bunch during the timeout. Here's Monk Morris on a Garza pick and roll. Kicks to the corner to McDaniels, who's really struggling with his three. Airballs it. Garza lays it up and in. McDaniels has now missed 12 straight 3 attempts. Ron, that was cool. I don't know if you saw it during the break, but they recognized the teachers to stand up and they flashed all of them. You actually could tell each teacher, you could also guess their subject. One of them was clearly a math teacher. There was no doubt. Right side 3 for Keontae off balance up and in. And then there was the ultimate teacher who they left on the screen for a long time. And because teachers are selfless by definition, she starts putting her, that's enough of me. Take me off the screen. I don't want to be on the screen anymore. Anthony Edwards drives the left side and kicks it out of bounds. Turnover on Ant. He has not got rolling yet. He can ignite at any moment. That's what makes him so incredibly awesome and dangerous. But right now he's 2 for 5 with 4 points. Jazz defending him well. Jazz lead at 28-19. Minnesota is a game and a half out of number 1 in the West. Every game's big for them. And they're battling the Jazz tonight. Here's Keontae at the top, guarded by Alexander Walker off a Kessler pick. Rise and fire 3. Rimmed it. Kessler taps it out of bounds off the Timberwolves.
Garza.
The Timberwolves all want to have it reviewed. The play-by-play announcer of the Utah Jazz would agree, and now there's the timeout. The other night, our officials had a pretty tough night. They had 3 reviews in the opening 24 minutes and were wrong on all 3 of them. We have a different crew tonight, but we'll see whether the same is true. The crew tonight, David Guthrie, Aaron Smith, and Derek Collins. And this will be a motive health review. And part of the reason you review this, if you're the Timberwolves, by the way, is because if you're right, you don't lose a timeout. The way it works is if it's
ruling on the floor is Utah ball. Minnesota's called timeout and a challenge.
If Minnesota, because this is not a mandatory timeout, wins this challenge, then they're not assessed a timeout. If it's a mandatory, they're just assessed it because you'd be assessed it anyway. The one thing on this is you better be right. This is not worth it if you're wrong. Brought to you by Motive Health, bending the trend on health insurance premiums, sustainable employer-sponsored health insurance, the insurance company that pays you for being an athlete focused on lowering your out-of-pocket costs. Engage, educate, and reward. One of the conversations tonight in pregame was about the excessive amount of mid-range shots the Jazz took, non-threes, non-rim shots the other night. Here's what Will Hardy said pregame about taking those mid-range shots.
I've never been a coach that's told the team, don't take a mid-range shot, don't shoot a floater. For me, it's about when they're taken. I feel like last game in particular, we just had a lot of slippage in terms of we settled for those shots too early in the clock. When you get down under 8 seconds in an NBA possession, in my opinion, all bets are off. We're just trying to get a shot off at that point. Ideally, yeah, you'd love the rim or a three. You know, it's our job as a team to try to exhaust the clock a little bit more, trying to get great shots before we settle for okay ones.
That's Will Hardy. And by the way, the challenge was successful. Considering like 7 guys jumped off the bench at one time on the Minnesota side and grabbed head coach Chris Finch telling him to challenge, I had a feeling they were going to probably win that one. Minnesota ball with the Jazz up 9, 2:50 left here first quarter. David Locke along with Ron Boone. Ben Russell's our audio engineer. Jamil Hawkins, Jayhawk, is our producer. Left side, Morris. Rolling to the basket, Garza, the Iowa star. His pass down low, knocked away and stolen. Here's Kalen Horton-Tucker. Right-hand dribble. He and Sexton are missed space, so they back out. It's going to be a high pick and roll with Lowry. And Horton-Tucker loses the dribble. It kicks off 2 guys, goes back to Horton-Tucker. He penetrates, flares it out to Sensabaugh. 3 ball's good. Well, that's exactly what they're talking about there by Will Hardy in our soundbite. Taylor gets into the paint, instead of taking the shot, kicks it out, finds the open 3. Bryce had all day to shoot that one.
Yeah, as crowded as it was in the paint there, I mean, he had his choice.
Alexander Walker kicks to the corner. Now here's Edwards. And Taylor rips it away from Edwards. 31-19, Utah 2 to play. Edwards wants that round ball back. Horton-Tucker drives by him to the basket, hangs in the air, a lot of contact, no whistle. Shots misses at the rim. On the run is Morris. 8-foot floaters, too hard. Rebound battled for, loose in the corner, grabbed by Warren. Warren attacks, throws it into the backcourt. It's stolen by Horton-Tucker. 4-on-2, trailing Sensabaugh. Big steps to the rim, gives to Sexton, who lays it up and in. Jazz playing unselfish basketball after the film sessions by Will Hardy today and lead at 33-19.
Yeah, it was a film session too there. I mean, 3 different film sessions for each position, I think.
1:18 left here in the first quarter. Jazz having a brilliant first quarter, shooting 62%. Alexander Walker, top to Edwards. Edwards, left-hand drive, kick to the corner, Warren. Once a big-time scorer in the NBA. Step-back jumper, no. Kessler clears. 1:02 left in the quarter. And now under a minute. Seconds remaining here in a brilliantly played first quarter. Sexton in and out, left-hand dribble all the way to the window, laid it up and in. 35-19 Utah.
Well, it doesn't take him long to score.
Edwards, left corner, Warren driving on Markkanen, pump fakes, goes nowhere. Just can't create space like he once did. Morris, not much of an offensive player, out to Garza, puts it on his right shoulder, high arcing 3, good.
He was 1 for 7 before that 3. 0 for 5 from that spot.
He once was a big deal at the University of Iowa as a basketball star, but that's all owned by one person now. When you say Iowa basketball.
And she is awesome.
I can't wait to watch the tournament. Here's Sensabaugh, top to Lowry, 11 on the shot clock, big steps into the rack, and Lowry is fouled. He'll get 2 free throws. Lowry might have gotten hit. Maybe on that leg that's been causing him to miss 6 games. He looks a little yippy coming back. 19 seconds left in the quarter as Bryce Sensabaugh and Will Hardy chat for a moment over on the Jazz bench.
Possible minute restriction?
Well, it was interesting. Will said he was starting and then took a long pause in the presser, but then said he did have a minutes restriction. Lowry's first free throw is good. And somebody on the sideline knew it was in before it went in. You heard, I think it was Walker Kessler say, nice, Lowry.
One thing about shooters, and that you never forget how to shoot.
You don't buy the Russ theory?
I don't buy the Russ theory, especially with guys that can shoot.
2 free throws are good. Jazz 37. Minnesota, the #1 defense in the NBA, 22. 13 seconds left here in the first. Here's Warren. Averaged over 20 a game in Indiana. Swings it back top to Ant. He's their best player. He's driving. His off-balance right-hander is good, and he's fouled, and he high steps in excitement after making the shot.
See the angle that Tucker goes to double? Let him split.
Where does that rank on your What rankles your, whatever that phrase is, more, Ron? The inbound pass across the paint or a split double team?
I think both, but I think the splitting the double team, I mean, you're going to double, so why would you let him split?
Edwards completes the three-point play. 3 seconds left. Collin goes behind his back of the half court. Gets to the free throw line. Floats up a right-hander. It bounces on the back of the rim and comes out. Collin just proved that the Ferrari can go coast to coast in 2.4 seconds, but just missed the floater. Jazz were near perfect in the first quarter, shooting 61%, 5 of 7 from 3, and playing really good defense. And thus, against the number 3 team in the West, just a game and a half out of first place, Minnesota Timberwolves, and the Jazz lead at 37-25.
This is Colin Sexton, and you are listening to Utah Jazz Basketball.
Alsco Uniforms, the official laundry service partner of the Utah Jazz for uniforms, linens, floor mats, and restroom supplies. Do you want your crew looking as clean and comfortable as the Utah Jazz mop crew? Alsco Uniforms provides hygienically clean uniforms, laundered and delivered each week to your business, so your employees can look and perform at the top of their game while focusing on your customers. Whether you own a restaurant, healthcare, or industrial business, it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. SeatGeek is the ticketing app for Jazz fans like the sideline shot caller. He knows this game like the back of his giant foam hand, and he's not afraid to give the pros some help.
Post up, big fella!
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so the next time his PG wonders, what should I do? He'll be there to help.
Backdoor pick and roll.
SeatGeek is the official ticketing partner of the Utah Jazz. SeatGeek, so Jazz fans can fan.
Ken Garff has ears all over the Salt Lake Valley. From Riverdale to Orem or anywhere in between, you can find a Ken Garff dealership with friendly staff ready to listen to you. Whether it's a brand new vehicle, quality service, or genuine parts and accessories, you can find it all here. And though 25 locations might sound like a lot, don't worry. We make it easy to browse all of our different makes and models or schedule your next service appointment at kengarff.com. Ken Garff, we hear you.
Hear that? That's the sound of 1.5% cash back on every purchase you make with the Agility Cash Visa credit card from Zions Bank. Whether at the grocery store, the dog groomer, or your favorite bistro, the Agility Cash card gives you 1.5% cash back every time, everywhere. For the card that pays, Zions Bank is for you. Apply today at zionsbank.com/agility. Subject to credit approval. Terms, conditions, and restrictions apply. See a banker for details. A division of Zions Bank Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
First quarter was not as good as the Jazz have looked in a while. You know, Ron, this is the signature of Will Hardy, is he just keeps working and fiddling and tweaking, and the team just keeps getting better and better.
Yep.
37-25 Jazz. Lowry Markkanen back tonight helps as well. Mike Conley right side. Former Jazz man. Into the post and Nasri. Reed, the undrafted out of LSU, turns to the left-hand hook in the middle. Boy, he is a good. How does he go undrafted? That is a mystery right there, because this kid is a bona fide offensive player, and he's 6'10".
6'10", 2019, and he definitely has the package.
Flashes in the middle, catches, guarded by the smaller Anderson, just powers through him and scores.
I think Sensabaugh was more excited about Markkanen.
39-27. Well, everyone's life got a lot easier tonight when Lowry Markkanen returned to the lineup. Alexander Walker, one-hand, left-hand pass to the corner. McLaughlin, he's their best percentage three-point shooter. He's wide open, and he makes it.
Well, and the reason he was open was because Lewis really gambled, because he thought the pass was going to be a lob pass in the paint.
Tyra Lewis Jr. on the floor. That's who the Lewis is that Ron's mentioning. Getting his first regular rotation time as a member of the Jazz. Sensabaugh driving, spinning. He's got the smaller Conley on him. Bogarts him to the basket, but missed the layup. Offensive rebound, Kessler out to Lowry. Left-hand drive, hanging to the basket, underhand scoop to score. Lowry Markkanen. Conley, hesitation, left-hand dribble. Doesn't have much rim finishing left in these 35-year-old legs. Curls out, pass deflected by Markkanen. One-hand pass to Sexton, behind his back to Lowry, deep three. Back rimmed it. Rebound, Alexander Walker. Jazz by 11, 10-20 left second quarter. Minnesota's third in the Western Conference, playing Denver tomorrow night. They trail the Nuggets by a half game. Naz Reid, 3 straight away. Good. Man, he is automatic. 54% this year on 3 straight away. You move him off to the angle right, he drops to 32%. But you know what he doesn't do? Move to the angle right.
And he doesn't put the ball on the floor and shoot off the dribble. I mean, that's shot, but he still gets it off.
Lewis was a great pick and roll player at college. Drives, kicks out to Sexton. Open 3, no good. Jazz ball movement much better tonight than it was the other night. Not getting themselves in nearly the trouble they had. Here's Alexander Walker. Nikhil, whose cousin is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the great Oklahoma City Thunder player. His 3's no good. Rebound comes down to Lowry. Good defense by Walker on the perimeter there. 8-point Jazz lead. Sexton double team. Terminates, gives to Lowry, lobbing it. Walker couldn't handle it. High up above Walker, and he just couldn't get both mitts on it. Turnover on the Jazz. Alexander Walker, transition right side 3 is good. Timeout, Will Hardy. Jazz lead is down to 5, 41-36. With 9:15 left in the second quarter.
This is Lowry Markin, and you are listening to Utah Jazz Basketball.
The easiest way to pizza just got easier. The Little Caesars mobile app lets you customize your hot and ready order and pick it up in our pizza portal. Your pizza, your way. Download the Little Caesars app today.
Pizza, pizza. Take note, Jazz fans. The exclusive debit card of your Utah Jazz is here, and it's only available at America First, the official credit union of the Utah Jazz. The Utah Jazz debit card changes the financial game. It's packed with features, packed with benefits, and since it's accepted all over the world, it gives you home court advantage no matter where you pay. Get yours today. Apply at americafirst.com/jazz. Available on approved credit. Eligibility and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Chatbooks wants families everywhere to get your photos off your phone and into your home with Beyond Easy Photo Books. Flipping through your memories together will quickly become your family's favorite activity. Go to chatbooks.com and get started today. Plus, get 20% off your first order with code UTAHJazz.
You gotta be kidding me! Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Oh, come on! You gotta be kidding me!
The journey of a Jazz fan is filled with passion. At PAX, we're equally impassioned about healthcare. Join our administrator and training program. PAX, a proud sponsor of the Utah Jazz. Get started at PACS.com.
The NBA app is everyone's app. Every fan of every team.
Oh, my goodness.
Everyone who follows LeBron, Tatum, and Embiid in the app. Every warrior who's ready to go to battle over three-point percentages. Every streetwear king who's here for the tunnel fits. Every young buck, nugget, and grizzly who wants to take a peek behind the scenes of the league. And everyone else on this floating basketball we call Earth. Download the NBA app today. Available in the Google Play, Apple app, and Android stores.
What we're gonna do right here is go back.
Let's take a ride back to the past with this Jazz 50 moment.
It's time for your Jazz 50 moment by Delta as we go back to March 22nd of 2021 when Rudy Gobert denied the Bulls a career-high 9 times. Gobert finished the night with 21 points, 10 rebounds, and 9 blocks to lead the Jazz to a 25-point victory.
Pull-up jumper from 3, Gobert blocks it. Kobe White just tried a step-back 3, and Rudy blocked it seemingly from inside the paint. Rudy block shot, that's number 9. Rudy's new career-high blocks. Rudy in the house, unfortunately can't play. We had a great conversation with him before the game. His girlfriend is pregnant, expecting their first child sometime, as he said, around second round, maybe conference finals, maybe finals. And yes, he will miss a game if he needs to. More other topics with Rudy. He had his team over for dinner last night. Sensabaugh, 3 on a skip pass from Sexton's too long. Lowry grabs the rebound. Back to Sexton. Rudy still has his home here, so he brought all of his teammates over for dinner last night and said it was just a gorgeous night with such blue skies, and the turnover by Sexton on the pass to Sensabaugh in the corner. Everyone loves Salt Lake, so Rudy might have just done great free agent work for us, for all we know. Let's see, what else did we want? Let's see what else we learned from Rudy. He is just finished Ryan Halliday's book, Obstacle, what is it called? Sorry, I just looked it up. Obstacle is the way. The obstacle is the way.
And for those who don't know nothing about his injury, rib injury.
Be interesting to see if he goes tomorrow against Jokic in a huge game against Denver. They may have made a conscious decision there. Reed bumping, backing the 6'4" Dunn. Reed 6'10", too hard with the right-hand shot, gets his own rebound, turns into traffic, back off the glass too hard, and Kessler rebounds. Outlet to Dunn. Jazz have subtle numbers. Right side Sexton, big steps to the rack, finishing with his left hand, but he can't get over the cup, and it gets knocked out of bounds.
Well, and not Reed really challenging the official, Aaron Smith.
41-36.
Not like the no call.
I think he might have been playing for the foul instead of the shot. That never seems to work. Here's Anderson. Ball fakes Kessler. Swings back up top to Alexander Walker. Hard drive to the rack. Holding verticality as Kessler and Alexander Walker finishes. All right, this is a big moment of the game. They don't have Anthony Edwards on the floor. And with the injury to Karl Anthony Towns, they really don't have another scorer right now. The Jazz need to buckle down, see if they can stretch the lead before Ant comes back. Dunn, Sensabaugh, Sexton, Kyra Lewis, and Walker Kessler. 4 guards along with Kessler. Spread floor, high pick and roll. Sexton comes off the Kessler pick. Snakes back to the right. Double clutches, puts out the glass, no good, and the rebound comes down to Alexander Walker. Outlet to McLaughlin. Bounce pass Reed and a reach-in foul on Chris Dunn. All right, I got a little inside basketball conversation we're going to have. Do you remember a few years ago when we had Gobert as the dominant defensive player, and we went down and played Boston, and they kept Rudy would drop, and then they would set another pick on Rudy by Daniel Tice, and they kept getting layups. And I was losing my mind on the air that was an offensive foul and a moving pick, and they weren't calling it and all this. And they ended up having to change the rule in the league on what you couldn't, they were screening. Remember, the Tice would act like he was screening you out before the shot, and he'd move Rudy, and then would allow the layup by Tatum. And I was losing. Well, the Jazz ran a similar play like that the other night. Sexton got 2 layups. It's in old terms in the league, it's called the Gortat, because Marcin Gortat said. Well, what I figured out is, you know who the coach was that implemented it in Boston? Scott Morrison, Jazz assistant coach. Because the day in a conversation is done, misses 3, I started complaining about Daniel Tice and how he did it to Rudy and da-da-da-da, and all fired up, and Scott looked at me and goes, thank you. Here's a drive by Reed, attacking the rim. Kessler rises with him. Kessler blocks it. 4-on-2 break. Sexton at the window. Kicks it to the corner to Dunn. Rotates back to Sexton. Sexton's angle right now. Jazz lead is down to 2, 41-39. Sexton on the right side. Snakes under the pick. Top to Sensabaugh. 4-3. Too long. Rebound Dunn. Bryce really aiming that shot. Sexton for 3. Good.
Love it when Dunn's in the ball game, especially when they need rebounds. He's so good at reading the ball coming off the rim.
44-39. Left side Conley. Calmly works the sideline dribble. Nowhere to go, so he brings it all the way out up top. Kessler's the defender following him. Swings to the wing to McLaughlin. Their best three-point shooter is open and hits.
Well, you get a mismatch there, and you have Kessler having to defend Mike Conley.
44-42. Sensabaugh powering in lane. Gets a little space, steps back, misses. Kessler high up with the rebound, then rises to the rim and rocks it. 46-42, 5:40 left here in the second quarter.
More of an aggressive finish there by Kessler.
5 boards for Walker. Conley pops out left side, Dunn all over. Top to Anderson. Anderson working on Kessler for a 6-foot little push shot and up and in. Minnesota's offense has heated up. They're now shooting 58% on the game. Jazz are down to 50. Both teams have shot the 3 brilliantly. Sexton, hard left-hand drive. Underneath the basket, finds a slicing Lewis, but Sexton stepped out of bounds with a left foot on the white sideline, baseline already. Substitutions, Kyra Lewis checks out. He played 7 minutes, didn't notch anything in the box score. And so the Jazz go back to their starting 5 with Sexton in for Dunn. No, Dunn's in the game. Sexton in for
Sensabaugh.
Markkanen's not back out yet. So they'll give it the actual roll calls. John Collins fouls Anthony Edwards. It's Dunn with George, Sexton, Hendricks, and Collins.
Yeah, he was
Lowry's
replaced Sensabaugh. He was the one left the ball game.
Lowry's played 11 minutes. You wonder what his minutes restriction is. Will having an animated conversation with Aaron Smith right now. In the post, turnaround jumper by McDaniels is good. And Minnesota has tied the game at 46 with 5 to play in the second quarter, 16-5 runs. Those are statistician Christian Spear. Dunn wants Collins in the post. Can't get it there. Top to Hendricks. Back to Dunn. Now Collins in the post on Edwards. Turnaround jumper off the left foot. Fading on the baseline, scores and says something to what must be a very chatty Minnesota bench. Maybe it's Rudy. No.
Not Rudy.
McLaughlin goes away from the pick. Flares it to Garza. Backdoor cut by Edwards, except for the pass was back to the wing, and Edwards had gone backdoor. Turnover. 4:24 left second quarter. Jazz lead it by 2. They've led by as many as 16. Keontae off a nice John Collins pick. Now has Garza on him. Retreats back out on the mismatch. Swings to Hendricks, corner 3, good. His shot has much more arch tonight, Ron Boone.
Yeah, and that's what I've been concerned with, because a lot of times it's really flat, hits the rim, and it's not soft enough where you can get an offensive rebound.
We did see him work in pregame with Danny Ainge on a lot of footwork and shoulder stuff. Pass into the post to Anderson. He doesn't look at the basket. He just throws up a reverse layup, but it misses. Jazz have stretched the lead back to 5. Here's Keontae playing with a little rhythm in his left-hand dribble. Swings it up high to Sexton. Sexton catch and shoot 3, air ball. Dunn trying to grab it, can't corral it. It sneaks out of bounds. 3:37 left here in the second quarter. It's Utah 51, Minnesota 46 in Salt Lake City.
This is Coach Hardy, and you're listening to Utah Jazz Basketball.
Basketball brings us together, whether it's in the arena, roaring for the Jazz, your weekly pickup games with friends, imagining buzzer-beater moments with your classmates. We come together on the court. That's why Clyde Companies and the Utah Jazz have teamed up to refurbish and construct community basketball courts. Together, we're committed to improving our shared community spaces. Want a court in your community? Applications are ongoing and can be submitted at utahjazz.com/community courts.
For over 40 years, we've been helping people like you get better access to care. Now, in under 20 seconds, we'll tell you how. With Select Health, you get predictable cost copay plans, $0 virtual primary care visits, $0 virtual mental health visits, and up to $580 in wellness rewards. Shop for plans now by visiting selecthealth.org/UT individual. Select Health. Insurance made simple.
Jazz fans, get ready for a slam dunk of flavor and fun this season in the Ford Fan Zone at the Delta Center. The Ford Fan Zone gives you the ultimate game day experience with the all-you-can-eat ticket offer and a great place to hang out and watch the game. Unlimited hot dogs, drinks, snacks, and more, all included with your ticket. The Ford Fan Zone Street Team will also be giving away Jazz swag that will make your game night unforgettable. Get your Ford Fan Zone game and buffet ticket package at utahjazz.com. Sponsored by your local Ford stores.
The regular season is heating up. New stars are emerging, and that means more opportunities to win up to 25 times your cash on Prize Picks. Select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projections, and place your entry. It's that easy. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit up to $100. Just download the Prize Picks app and use code REBOUND. Code REBOUND on Prize Picks for a first deposit match up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
This is a Utah Jazz Play for More player profile.
Plus the foul.
I'm Tyler Gibb, and it's time for your player profile as rookie Keontae George shares his welcome to the NBA moment.
When we played the Suns in the in-season tournament, I thought I had a good contest on KD, but looking back on the film, he definitely didn't see me. And I thought I had a good contest at the time, and he kind of like, man, he's so skilled, didn't really bother the shot. I mean, it's just like, okay, this is how it really is.
Keontae George, our player profile, brought to you by Motive Health. A Motive Health member walks 8,000 steps. They receive $1 in their HSA, up to $250 a year. Ron, I'm at $7,961. I'll have to keep walking. Here's Ant, one-on-one on Hendricks. Pull-up jumper, air ball. Nice D by the Jazz, who lead by 5. Marketed. Finds Hendricks, baseline slice, slam dunk. Taylor's quite an athlete. 53-46. Ants 3 for 7 tonight. When's he going to ignite? McDaniels, bounce pass inside to Garza, gives it back to McDaniels, misses the 2-footer, gets his own rebound, kicks to Ant, 3-ball right side, pops out. John Collins rebounds. Jazz by 7. Minnesota got it down to a tie, then the Jazz have stretched it back to 7. Markkanen off a Sexton pick, pops out left wing, open 3, rattles out, rebound Edwards. Ant in the open floor, veers to the left. Collins picks him up. The Jazz double. Ant's in the post. Flares it up to Garza. High arcing 3. Nicks the bottom of the iron. Goes straight down. Bounces on the purple paint. And John Collins picks it up. Jazz by 7. 53-46. Near side. Sexton. Two-hand over the head pass to Collins, who tries to pull it to a cutting Markkanen, and a foul called on the Timberwolves.
McDaniels holding Markkanen with one hand and deflecting the pass with the other.
Timberwolves all got irate, and then Aaron Smith, the official, literally grabbed the side of his pants and did the side that he was holding, and you just kind of could see all the Timberwolves going, oh, I didn't really look there. Seven-point advantage by the Jazz, 2:26 to play in the second quarter. Really good half of basketball by Utah. Minnesota is a game and a half out of number 1 in the West. High pick and roll. Keontae comes off Collins. Spacing's all messed up. He runs into Lowry, then tries to work it on the right side, loses it out of bounds. That's a turnover on Keontae. Not sure that's really, I mean, Keontae's got to not turn it over, but that spacing got jacked up there. Edwards. Bounce pass to Reed. Right hand floater is good.
16 points there for Reed here in the first half. Only had 11, I think, the other night.
5-point game. Sexton gives to Lowry. This is what they're working on with Lowry. More isolation. He puts the dribble down on a great defensive player like McDaniels. Powers in the rack. Loses his footing. Throws it up off the glass. John Collins follows it up and in. Lowry wasn't able to keep his balance on that one-on-one move. John Collins made it right. 7-point advantage with 1:27 to play. Right wing Naz Reid. One-on-one on the smaller Keontae. Kick out to Conley. Resets Reed in the post. Reed gets pushed off his spot, double teamed. Kick out to the wing to Warren. Top to Edwards. 2 on the shot clock. Back to Warren. Deep to Morris. Deep 3, and he hit it. Jazz played pretty good defense there. 55-51. Jazz by 4. Here's Keontae. They switch on the pick and roll. Top to Collins. Driving on Reed. To the rack. Scores it. Reed and John Collins are very similar players. Neither is thought of as an elite defensive player. Both are pretty fabulous offensive players.
Especially when you get them around the rim.
57-51. Here's Morris to the corner to Edwards. Jazz double him in the corner, then release the double. Edwards calmly holds it with the left foot, checks the clock, there's 8 on it, working on the rookie Hendricks. Powers in the lane, kicks it out to McDaniels. He doesn't want to shoot it. Top to Reed for 3, missed. Rebound Collins, Jazz by 6. Jazz flying around defensively really well tonight. 25 seconds left in the quarter. Game shot clock's at 12. Keontae working the right side. They hedge on the pick and roll. Keontae drives into the window, misses the shot. Rebound Reed. Outlet to Conley. 10 seconds left. They leave it behind for Mike. Ball fakes, works his way to the window, attacks Hendricks and lays it up and in with 5. Jazz have enough time for a shot here. Sexton walks the dog. Grabs it, and Conley grabs him and fouls it. So heads up Mike Conley, knowing they had a foul to give. 4.5 seconds left.
Not a lot of fouls in this ball game.
And Ed Malloy's not even here.
Yeah. So
Somebody got that joke from the other night. 57-53.
So Collins is going to get a running start here.
Yep. 4.5 seconds left. Keontae inbounds it to Markkanen instead. Lowry grabs with the left hand, powers to the basket, off the window and in. Lowry Markkanen gives the Jazz a 59-53 lead at the half. The Minnesota Timberwolves come in a game and a half out of number 1 in the West. And so far, the Jazz have had more than they can handle. 59-53 Utah at halftime.
This is Lowry Markkanen, and you are listening to Utah Jazz Basketball.
Utah Jazz fans, check out the official Utah Jazz Watch Party presented by Michelob Ultra this Wednesday, March 20th. Come enjoy the game at the Huddle Sports Bar and Grill. Meet jazz dancers, win prizes, and cheer on the Utah Jazz this Wednesday, March 20th at the Huddle Sports Bar and Grill. The official Utah Jazz Watch Parties are presented by Michelob Ultra, proud partner of the Utah Jazz. Must be 21 years of age or older. Enjoy responsibly. Michelob Ultra Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Good idea. Recognizing people for great work. Bad idea. Recognizing people for great work with lame rewards, insincere cards, and the same boring holiday party every year. Thankfully, AwardCo has changed the game with rewarding employee recognition solutions that boost productivity, build culture, and help you recognize the good all around you. Now, all you got to do is tell your HR people about it. Learn more at awardco.com.
At Ken Garff, we hear you means more than just tell us how we can find you the perfect vehicle. We'll listen to anything. After all, our jobs are a lot more fun when we really get to know our customers. And since basketball season is here, we're excited to hear about all things Jazz. From your favorite players to the games you're most excited for, even your favorite concession stand at the arena. We want to hear it. Stop by any dealership or chat with us online at kengarff.com. Ken Garff, we hear you.
KSL Sports, Utah's sports leader, connecting you with your favorite local teams and the action you love. Live game coverage and news with KSL Sports Zone Radio, KSL 5 Television, and KSLSports.com. Live and streaming, insider analysis, and podcasts from the pros. Utah's sports leader, KSL Sports. On air, online, and on the KSL Sports app.
What a quarter for the Utah Jazz!
Your Utah Jazz halftime show is on the air. Now to your hosts, Jake Scott and Coach Tim LaComb.
Jazz halftime. Jake Scott, Coach Tim LaComb. Jazz on top of the Wolves at the half, 59-53. Balanced effort from the Jazz, Coach LaComb. They shot the ball well, 7 of 16 from 3, 52% from the field overall. 12 points from Colin Sexton to lead the way, but Keontae has 10. John Collins has 11 and 5 boards. Lauri Markkanen with 11 and 5. Really different team, certainly, than we saw in the second half on Saturday night.
And your colleague on the radio, Mr. Ben Anderson, made a tweet during the first half that I totally agree with. That's what adding Lauri back out there to the lineup looks like. He gives you some space, and guys can move around and play. But as we said in the pregame, the guys, again, really listened to Coach Hardy. 16 assists, only 6 turnovers. The Jazz really hustling out there, out-rebounding the Wolves 21-14 in the first half. So a lot of really good things by the Jazz.
A lot of pep in their step for sure. As far as the Wolves go, it's all Naz Reid all the time. 17 points in the first half, 7 of 12 shooting, 4 rebounds. But Anthony Edwards only 7 points in the first half, Coach. 3 of 8 shooting, 2 assists, 0 of 2 from 3. So outside of Naz Reid, they're not getting a whole lot of offensive punch from their normal guys.
They aren't, and I would imagine that Coach Finch will probably talk to them about ball movement a little bit. They had 13 assists in that first half, but I do think that the ball got stuck a little bit, and Edwards just had a hard time finding everything in the first half. That won't last. He's a really good player, so the Jazz got a key on him. But I'll tell you what, for the first half and the way the game went the other night, the Jazz got to be feeling pretty good about where they are right now. 9
first-half turnovers for the Timberwolves, 3 from Anthony Edwards alone. The Jazz with 6 first-half turnovers, which is a pretty decent number from them. But as far as, excuse me, let me bring this up. As far as points off turnovers go, the Jazz have 13 on those 9 turnovers.
That's huge. It's usually the other way around, so that's a great number. You mentioned the Jazz only have 6 turnovers tonight. The other night, Saturday night against this team, they had 11 in the first half. So much better execution, much better ball movement, but and energy by the Jazz in that first half.
59-53 is your score. The Jazz on top. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you caught up on scores going on around the rest of the league. We'll have an assistant coach interview for you, and we'll continue to get Coach LaComb's thoughts on what to look for in half number 2. You are listening to Utah Jazz Basketball.
Struggling to find a great tasting protein powder made with only real ingredients?
Try Just Ingredients, a protein powder made with real food and nothing artificial. A protein powder that nourishes the body. With 5 sources of protein for easy digestion, customers rave that this is the first protein powder that doesn't upset their stomachs. Plus, Just Ingredients has pre-workout, electrolytes, and beauty products, all formulated with your health in mind. Jumpstart your health journey with 10% off site-wide with code JAZZ at justingredients.us.
Take note, Jazz fans. The exclusive debit card of your Utah Jazz is here, and it's only available at America First, the official credit union of the Utah Jazz. The Utah Jazz debit card changes the financial game. It's packed with features, packed with benefits, and since it's accepted all over the world, it gives you home court advantage no matter where you pay. Get yours today. Apply at americafirst.com/jazz. Available on approved credit. Eligibility and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're in the market to buy a home. You're dreaming of a new home that you can fill with new memories, but new homes just aren't in your budget. Or are they? Visionary Homes wants you to know you don't have to buy a used home. Buy new. Buy now at Visionary Homes. As a trusted award-winning Utah home builder, Visionary Homes understands that your home is the center of your life, bringing friends and family together, creating memories you'll cherish forever. Buy new, buy now at visionaryhomes.com.
SeatGeek is the ticketing app for Jazz fans like the sideline shot caller. He knows this game like the back of his giant foam hand, and he's not afraid to give the pros some help.
Post up, big fella!
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so the next time his PG wonders, what should I do? He'll be there to help.
Backdoor pick and roll!
SeatGeek is the official ticketing partner of the Utah Jazz. SeatGeek, so Jazz fans can fan.
At Ken Garff, most of our favorite sounds are at the dealership. But as lifelong Jazz fans, the sounds at a game are music to our ears, too. The roar of the crowd, the swish of a made basket, even shoes squeaking as the players run up and down the court. And one of the best sounds? The Jazz Bear. In fact, most people say they can't hear him, but he was just telling us about this cool road trip he just took, and we could hear him the whole time. We might have to ask him about that. Ken Garff, we hear you.
Hear that? That's the sound of 1.5% cash back on every purchase you make with the Agility Cash Visa credit card from Zions Bank. Whether at the grocery store, the dog groomer, or your favorite bistro, the Agility Cash card gives you 1.5% cash back every time, everywhere. For the card that pays, Zions Bank is for you. Apply today at zionsbank.com/agility. Subject to credit approval. Terms, conditions, and restrictions apply. See a banker for details. A division of Zions Bank Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
Mountain Land Power Equipment provides exceptional service and high-quality brands you know and trust in lawn, landscaping, and snow removal products. Their experienced staff of technicians repairs all types of snow plows, snow blowers, and lawnmowers, and small engines, and are trained to answer questions about lawns, gardens, snow removal, and landscaping products. So whether you're digging in the dirt or digging in the snow, check out Mountain Land Power Equipment, now with 2 locations to serve you, in Salt Lake City and Springville.
This copyrighted broadcast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the express written consent of the NBA.
The NBA is non-stop.
That's the tantalizing up in there.
Let's check the board and see the scores.
Jazz and T-Wolves at the half. Jazz up on Minnesota 59-53. Jake Scott, Coach Tim Lacombe with you. Let's take a look around the rest of the league, brought to you by LVT, Live View Technologies. One other game going on right now. The Bulls are up on the Trailblazers 100-96. About 6 minutes left to go in that game in the fourth quarter. A couple of finals from earlier today. The Cavs beat the Pacers in Indianapolis 108-103. It was the Celtics over the Pistons 119-94. The Sixers beat the Heat in Philly 98-91. Several games yet to start tonight. The Warriors play host to the Knicks. The Grizzlies are on the road at the Kings, and the Lakers play host to Quinn Snyder and the Hawks. It's time now to throw it back to David Locke, who's standing by with assistant coach Lamar Skeeter. David?
Joining us now is Jazz assistant coach Lamar Skeeter, and Will Hardy's opening press conference today was really about ball movement and playing together and not playing selfishly. You've got to be really pleased, I assume, on the way the guys took the message.
Yeah, it's a big difference between, tonight and last game. There's definitely been an emphasis on it. Guys are moving the ball, especially in transition. We just got to keep that up in the second half. There's still, more corner threes out there for us and more opportunities. So we just got to keep looking for it.
Their shooting numbers are very, very good, but our eye test was that your defense was flying around and pretty active. Can you give me an evaluation of the defense?
Yeah, overall, pretty happy. Obviously, there's some little things that we can correct, but they've made some shots. We're not going to shut them out. We just got to understand what shots we're willing to live with and which ones we want to take away. Obviously, Reed got going. We got to try and slow him down a little bit, but overall, pretty happy with where the defense is right now.
And what are your thoughts on what we should be keeping an eye on for the opening few minutes of the third quarter?
More of the same. Ball movement offensively. Got to make sure we're spaced. We're getting to the corner so we have passes. And then defensively, the communication and flying around, scrambling a little bit, playing with energy.
Thank you, Lamar. Appreciate it.
Yep, thanks a lot.
That's Lamar. Skeeter, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, David, and Coach as well. Jazz on top of Minnesota, 59-53. Coach Lacombe, give us an idea of what to look for here in half number 2.
Well, I think Coach Skeeter hit it on the head. I mean, to me, the objective tonight is to be better than they were the other night, particularly at moving the basketball. And tonight, as they talked about there, as we talked about, the ball is moving and guys are getting shots. So I think that needs to continue. I like the aggressive style of play. The turnovers have been nice in getting points off of those. So if they can continue with that pressure, I agree with David. The defense has been good, and sometimes guys make shots. There was one perfect possession where every one of us in the studio commented, hey, man, they're flying around, and right at the end of the possession, whap. And it's going to happen, but I like the energy, the connectivity, and the way they're flying around.
Colin Sexton led the way for the Jazz in the first half with 12 points on 5 of 11 shooting. 4 Jazz players are in double figures. John Collins with 11 points, 5 boards. Lauri Markkanen, 11 points, 5 boards as well. Lauri with a couple of steals to go along with it. Keontae George, 10 points, 5 assists on 4 of 8 shooting as the Jazz lead 59-53. We'll talk to you after the game, but coming up next, the second half, you are listening to Utah Jazz Basketball.
Chatbooks wants families everywhere to get your photos off your phone and into your home with Beyond Easy Photo Books. Flipping through your memories together will quickly become your family's favorite activity. Go to chatbooks.com and get started today. Plus, get 20% off your first order with code UtahJazz.
Your home is the one place where everything should be perfect, including your air. Your local Lennox dealer can help you achieve the perfect air you deserve with reliable, groundbreaking, award-winning Lennox products that will help improve your comfort, your health, and your mood. And with competitive rebates and financing options, it doesn't get any more perfect than that. Visit Lennox.com today to learn more and to find a dealer near you. Lennox is proud to be an official partner of the Utah Jazz.
Turn up the cleanliness at your restaurant, healthcare, or industrial business with Alsco Uniforms. Alsco Uniforms, the official sponsor of the Utah Jazz Mop Crew. Alsco has you covered with crisp uniforms, hygienically clean linens, floor mats, and of course, mops delivered weekly. But that's not all. Alsco Uniforms also offers weekly services for first aid and restroom supplies. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Visit alsco.com to learn more. Again, that's ALSCO.com.
Good idea. Recognizing people for great work. Bad idea. Recognizing people for great work with lame rewards, insincere cards, and the same boring holiday party every year. Thankfully, AwardCo has changed the game with rewarding employee recognition solutions that boost productivity, build culture, and help you recognize the good all around you. Now, all you gotta do is tell your HR people about it. Learn more at awardco.com. Chatbooks wants families everywhere to get your photos off your phone and into your home with Beyond Easy Photo Books. Flipping through your memories together will quickly become your family's favorite activity. Go to chatbooks.com and get started today. Plus, get 20% off your first order with code UtahJazz.
The Minnesota Timberwolves entered the night a game and a half out of first in the Western Conference, looking to work their way to the top spot. But the Jazz got Lauri Markkanen back, and it's made all the difference through the first 24 minutes. It's the Jazz 59, the Wolves 53. Can the Jazz give the Timberwolves a loss on their quest to number 1 with Lauri back in the fold? Offensive rebound, Kessler out to Lauri. Left-hand drive, hanging to the basket, underhand scoop to score.
The horn is sounded, and the second half is ready to bring more non-stop NBA basketball.
Jazz were very, very good in that first half, and they lead it by 6, 59-53. David Locke along with Ron Boone for the second half. Opening possession of Minnesota. Anthony Edwards has not ignited yet. You never know when he might. Here's Conley driving up top to Anderson, who's a reluctant shooter. Gets in the lane, flares back to Mike. Right corner, Alexander Walker starts the second half, launches a three and hits. Well, this is interesting. Naz Reid is not starting the second half, which means if he's injured or something of the sort, they literally have 0 centers left, other than maybe Luka Garza.
Well,
no official word yet from the Timberwolves, but Naz Reid is not on the floor, so they're playing 5 wing players.
Gives me the impression they want to play a little bit faster.
Reid was so good, I can't imagine that this is a benching of some sort. I've got to assume he's either injured or who knows. Markkanen bumping and backing on Edwards. Falls back off a left foot fader and missed it. Jazz lead is 3. Beautiful crossover by McDaniels to the basket, and Chris Dunn fouls it. So the matchup issues get interesting here for the Jazz. John Collins will probably guard Kyle Anderson, who now becomes kind of their point center.
I wonder if this is a lineup they've used before.
Only quick, there are ways I can check that quickly. My instinct is no, Ron.
Interesting that they, Chris talked about playing off of Kyle Anderson.
Anderson's really become their point guard. Conley's become a scorer for them. Hard drive by McDaniels, left-hand runner, comes up short. John Collins might have got a piece of it. Collins flares to Markkanen, pass deflected by Alexander Walker. Nikhil has been very good for them. He was acquired by the Jazz, from the Jazz, and kind of what was the subtle, forgotten extra piece of that trade, but it's really what makes that trade so good for Minnesota. Not only Mike Conley, but having Alexander Walker. Markkanen rolling down the middle, right-hand hammer for the finisher.
That's what Will was talking about, being a little bit more of that, playing off the dribble, whether it's a jump shot or finishing at the rim.
Right corner 3 for Kyle Anderson off a behind-the-back pass from Anthony Edwards is good. And the game is 61-59.
How about that? 4 for now, 15 from that right corner.
Ron, they had played 18 possessions all season prior to this without Reid, Towns, Garza, or Gobert on the floor. Dunn misses a 3-angle left. McDaniels rebounds out to Alexander Walker. Hendricks is back. Alexander Walker goes up. Hendricks meets him at the apex and blocks it. Markkanen back the other way, throws it away. Edwards with a steal. Edwards flares to the corner for 3, missed it. Offensive rebound, Anderson back up and in timeout. Will Hardy, game is tied at 61. 9:49 left, third quarter. Wolves come in a game and a half out of first in the West with a matchup against Denver tomorrow. Can the Jazz fend them off? We find out as we continue on Jazz Basketball.
This is Coach Hardy, and you're listening to Utah Jazz Basketball.
Brag, but Progressive's Name Your Price tool is mankind's greatest tool ever. Even better than the wheel. Sure, without the wheel, we wouldn't have modern transportation or funny videos of dogs riding skateboards. But without the Name Your Price tool, we wouldn't have easy access to auto insurance options based on our budget. And, well, cars do need wheels. They also need insurance, and insurance never goes flat. Learn more about the greatest tool ever, the Name Your Price tool at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
Get a great offer on the stylish HR-V or the Honda Civic, which Car and Driver called fun to drive. Honda, the brand named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com best value brand for 2023. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2024 Honda Civic or HR-V.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R car and driver January 2023 based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelly Blue Book. Visit kbb.com for more information.
Mountainland Power Equipment provides exceptional service and high-quality brands you know and trust in lawn, landscaping, and snow removal products. Their experienced staff of technicians repairs all types of snow plows, snow blowers, and lawnmowers, and small engines, and are trained to answer questions about lawns, gardens, snow removal, and landscaping products. So whether you're digging in the dirt or digging in the snow, check out Mountain Land Power Equipment, now with 2 locations to serve you, in Salt Lake City and Springville.
Hey Jazz fans, this is LVT. We're on a mission to make the world a safer place. Our mobile surveillance units are equipped with high-definition cameras, a loudspeaker, lights, and artificial intelligence to help businesses and communities deter theft, vandalism, and other unwelcome behavior. Learn how to secure your assets, prevent trespassing, and reduce losses at lvt.com.
From on-court skills to off-court confidence, set them up for success and sign up for Junior Jazz today at juniorjazz.com. Sponsored by Delta Airlines.
Oh boy, he goes beast mode. He's blazing. He's blistering. He's scorching. He's your Utah Jazz hot player of the game.
Slams it home. Hands to Sexton. Off the bounce 3 for Collin is good. 4-on-2. Trailing Sensabaugh. Big steps to the rim. Gives to Sexton who lays it up and in. Sensabaugh for 3. Too long. Rebound done. Bryson really aiming that shot. Sexton for 3. Good. That's your hot player of the game. Jazz now tied up at 61. Beautiful bounce pass from John Collins to Hendricks. Goes to Duncan, and Anthony Edwards caught him from behind. Boy, Ant's quick. Really good defensive player. Anderson, who plays their point guard, bounces to Conley. Left side 3 for the left-hander, short. Long rebound comes down to Taylor. John Collins, one-on-one. Conley, much smaller defending. Conley with a little round ball robbery. Tied at 61, 9:15 to play. Anderson out of UCLA gets in the paint, flares back to Mike. Right side, Alexander Walker, left-hand drive to the cup. Swatted by Markin and picked back up by McDaniels and the Timberwolves. Driving the lane, he stops, he holds off bounce, travels, they don't call it, and he scores with the left hand. Well, nobody else is signaling that he traveled, so maybe I'm the only one who doesn't thought that was a travel.
Well,
10-2 run.
He plays like he was a scorer in college.
He was. He literally was a horse with blinders. That's how he played in college. Markkanen driving, blocked from behind by Alexander Walker. 63-61. Minnesota playing without a center as they're all injured. That's their 6th block of the game. 5 different guys have one. Driving, Edwards, left-handed, scoop and a score and a corkscrew off-balance shot. Wow. Minnesota by 4. It's their largest lead of the night. Hendricks left side. Jazz very stationary in this possession. Keontae, one-on-one on Alexander Walker, who's become a very good defensive player. Tough mid-range jumper, no good. Offensive rebound done. Comes out of it to the other side, scoots it up, misses. Markkanen back up and in.
I think that was a lob. Hopefully it was.
I think it was an air ball, but we'll go with that, Ron.
Well, I don't think you shoot a lob with shoot with 2 hands.
Keep going. I'll buy it if you want me to. Edwards misses fading on the right side. 65-63. It was an offensive rebound by Chris that made the whole play, though, so we'll give him that. How's that?
All right.
Keontae having a hard time because Mike Conley's down on him. It's a little, now on the ground, and we got a rugby scrum going on. And a jump ball, Chris Dunn pushes McDaniels out of the way. Mike Conley's wrecking havoc right now.
And this should be a learning experience for Keontae because he's dribbling, trying to beat Conley or whoever off the dribble, and he's dribbling into traffic.
Well, you always have a great line. You call it dribbling and going nowhere.
Yeah. And
Jump ball at midcourt.
He's not doing that.
Speaking of Mike, got to see Mary at halftime, his wife. It's always so delightful. It's such great energy. Top to Mike. Conley has the, oh, what a move. Oh, and he smoked the layup. He can't believe it going back the other way. Here's Markkanen powering through Anderson and drawing the foul. Mike Conley had the rookie Keontae on his side, gave him a hezzy. Keontae bit hook, line, and sinker, and Mike was wide open for a layup that was so good he couldn't believe it was true, and he knew he had just got Keontae, and then he smoked the layup. Keontae's going to remember that one. 65-63, Minnesota by 2, 7:15 left here, third quarter.
And I'd say McDaniels is doing a pretty good job on Keontae.
Hard drive, Collins, reverse dunk, rim checks himself out of bounds. Well, McDaniels is probably going to be all defensive team this year. Gobert certainly will be. McDaniels likely will be.
6'9", very quick.
He's a player Taylor Hendricks said that he watches to try to learn from. Here's Edwards, left-hand drive, cut off by John Collins. Chris Dunn gets back out in front. Right side, Alexander Walker driving on Hendricks, hangs in the air, flips to the corner. McDaniels for three. He's missed 12 straight. It rattles around, it peeks inside, it pops back out. When you are not shooting well, that only happens to you. If you're making shots, that goes down. But when you are in a slump, that's what happens. Dunn on his tippy toes, launches the three and hits. And the Jazz regain the lead, 66-65. McDaniels cannot believe that ball didn't go in, can he? He's got to be like, what is that?
What do I have to do to get a bucket?
Edwards straightaway isolation on Lowry. Drives hard with the right hand, cut off by Dunn. Kicks to the corner, Alexander Walker for three. No good, rebound. Jazz, great defense by Utah. Chris Dunn with a super job cutting off the drive, but Markkanen turns it over. Coming into the front court is another round ball robbery from Mike Conley. Alexander Walker, three in transition, back rimmed it. Long rebound, Edwards. Kicks to McDaniels. Trying again, missing again. Rebound comes to Hendricks. Jaden McDaniels has missed 14 straight threes. Done at the top with the Jazz leading by one. Lowry at the elbow, guarded by Conley, and then fouled by Edwards. First substitutions of the second half, Taylor Horton-Tucker and Colin Sexton check in.
McDaniels got to be getting a little frustrated, don't you think?
Oh, gosh.
7 rebounds, 3 for 8 shooting. Not a bad ball game, but boy, you would think the type of shots he's been getting, he's probably used to making.
He's not a great shooter, but he's not missed 13 in a row. Jazz turn it over. Keontae with another turnover. Here's McDaniels. Edwards through the lane. Oh my gosh! Anthony Edwards just climbed to the top floor, dunked on top of John Collins, and the foul in a dunk you will see for years to come. John Collins is down because he got hit in the head. Anthony Edwards just defied everything. Timeout on the floor. Oh my gosh. Hopefully John Collins is all right. Anthony Edwards, like he did on the block to win the game earlier this year, just got higher than you ever have seen. Collins went up. Edwards dunked it, threw it down with the right hand.
He actually caught him in the face with his left hand.
My goodness. Collins called for the foul, and Anthony Edwards just defied gravity.
Unbelievable.
I'm not sure I've seen that before.
He has so much.
Timeout on the floor. Minnesota 67, Jazz 66.
This is Coach Hardy, and you're listening to Utah Jazz Basketball.
Utah Jazz fans, check out the official Utah Jazz Watch Party presented by Michelob Ultra this Wednesday, March 20th. Come enjoy the game at the Huddle Sports Bar and Grill. Meet Jazz dancers, win prizes, and cheer on the Utah Jazz this Wednesday, March 20th at the Huddle Sports Bar and Grill. The official Utah Jazz Watch Parties are presented by Michelob Ultra, proud partner of the Utah Jazz. Must be 21 years of age or older. Enjoy responsibly. Michelob Ultra Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
What does the best car buying experience look like to you? The best prices? A great selection of vehicles? No hassles? Friendly, helpful salespeople? Probably all of those things combined, right? Well, that's what you'll find at any Ken Garff dealership. And it's all because we hear you. After 90 years in the business, we know that the best way to work with customers is simply to listen to them. Find the perfect vehicle at kengarf.com or stop by any location today. Ken Garf, we hear you.
Alsco Uniforms, the official laundry service partner of the Utah Jazz for uniforms, linens, floor mats, and restroom supplies. Do you want your crew looking as clean and comfortable as the Utah Jazz mop crew? Alsco Uniforms provides hygienically clean uniforms, laundered and delivered each week to your business, so your employees can look and perform at the top of their game while focusing on your customers. Whether you own a restaurant, healthcare, or industrial business, it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms.
For more than a century and through 4 generations, Far Better Ice Cream has been bringing families together. A true Utah legend, Far Better Ice Cream can be found in your local grocery store or favorite restaurant. From classic flavors that have stood the test of time to new creations that push the boundaries of deliciousness, Far's Ice Cream has something for every taste and every occasion. Visit your local grocery store and grab your favorite Far's flavors. Remember, Far Better Ice Cream, only the best for family and friends.
32 years I've been in the league. I'm not sure I've seen a dunk like that. Ron Boone, you're at 50.
I've seen a lot of them, David, but he is so explosive. And he gets up so high. And then he dunks so hard.
Anthony Edwards ran to the locker room during the timeout. He comes back out, makes the free throw, seems to be fine. John Collins is not back in the game. Minnesota 68, Utah 66. 5:20, the crowd is just still a buzz. Down low to Kessler. Kessler puts it on the deck, loses it. Battle for jump ball between Kessler and Warren. Ron, you were telling me what made that dunk so awesome.
Well, what made it so awesome, and the reason that John Collins could not defend it probably the way he wanted to, is that Edwards goes up and he hits Collins in the face, so Collins ends up turning his head away from Edwards, and then, boy, that was such a powerful, and he was up so high. And then he's probably going to get dunked on anyway. But
he threw it down.
Yeah.
He actually, because he hit John Collins, he never made it all the way to the rim. He threw it down. Here comes Ant again to the rim, and this time he lays it up and in. Wow. 70-66. 5 minutes to play third quarter. We're also trying to regain ourselves. Hendricks top to Sexton. Sexton one-on-one on Kyle Anderson into a 15-foot jump shot. Deep in the cup, pops out. Wolves are a game and a half out of number 1 in the West. TJ Warren, left side 3, missed it. Offensive rebound, Anderson of Minnesota. Edwards, their leading scorer, fires a 3, back rim. He has not been that active tonight. Now he fouls Keontae going for the rebound. He's 6 of 14 shooting, 0 for 4 from 3.
He's going to play Keontae off the ball now. No, he's going to come out of the ball game.
Jazz, internet is buzzing. If you are listening and you have not seen it, I have now retweeted it or X'd it at DLock09. If you want to grab it, everyone is buzzing about it. Here's Horton Tucker, spinning, holds the left pivot, but falling to the ground, bounces it out to Dunn. Dunn drives, spins back right, back to Talon. Much improved catch and shoot three-point shooter, and he makes it. 70-69, Jazz back within 1. Here's Edwards. Is he vibing? Left-hand dribble, chest to Morris. Rare 3 for Morris is good. Minnesota leads at 73-69. Collins to the right side. Collins averaging 18 a game. Come off the bench the last few. Off a Horton Tucker pick. He works the right side. Gets it into lane, stops, terminates, bounces it to Dunn. Dunn's at the free throw line on Edwards, fading back short. Rebound, Garza, Kessler. Kessler rips it away, comes up the reverse side, and lays it up and in.
Now that's the kind of aggressive play that Will likes to see with him.
Edwards' three in transition is good. 76-71. That's the largest lead of the night for Minnesota.
He did not score in the second quarter. He's got 17.
He's warming
10
up.
points in this quarter.
31 the other night. Averages 26. He's been scoring 28 since Cat went out. Horton Tucker, crossover, shakes Warren, pulls for three, or shakes Morris, misses for three. Here's Edwards, former #1 pick of the draft, out of Georgia. Rising for three, missing. Rebound Kessler. And Will Hardy takes a timeout. 2:45 to play here in the third. The arena is almost hung over from the shot they took from Anthony Edwards. 76-71, 2:45 left in the third.
This is Coach Hardy, and you're listening to Utah Jazz basketball.
You might not realize it, but life has a soundtrack. For most of us, it sounds a bit like... But you can always change the station. In hundreds of Delta Airlines destinations, you can turn your soundtrack into a global chorus. Delta. Keep climbing.
Hear that? That's the sound of 1.5% cash back on every purchase you make with the Agility Cash Visa credit card from Zions Bank. Whether at the grocery store, the dog groomer, or your favorite bistro, the Agility Cash card gives you 1.5% cash back every time, everywhere. For the card that pays, Zions Bank is for you. Apply today at zionsbank.com/agility. Subject to credit approval, terms, conditions, and restrictions apply. See a banker for details. A division of Zions Bank Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
Watching the replay of the Anthony Edwards dunk, I literally think he dislocated a finger on the dunk, walked to the locker room, popped it back in, and walked back out to keep playing. Dude's unreal. Hendricks out to Sexton. Good look, three angle left, good. Great pass from Taylor Hendricks. Jazz is moving the basketball so much better tonight.
Yeah, they had 16 assists at the half.
Jazz cut it to 2, 76-74. Garza, three from the angle left, good. Luka Garza. 3 for 4 tonight. 79-74. Chris Dunn, flares to Sexton. Try again. Make it again. Colin Sexton, 4 of 6 from 3 tonight. Leads all Jazz scores with 18. 1:57 to play. 79-77. Edwards, free throw line extended far side. Big step for the rack, reverse layup, good. Anthony Edwards now has 19. Horton Tucker with 1:43 left in the quarter. Goes away from the pick to the baseline, drives, gets it knocked away, recovers, keeps dribbling. 10 on the clock, gives to Hendricks behind the three-point line for a 3. He didn't have his legs under him. Comes up well short. Jazz down by 4, 81-77. Here's Ant, crowd goes buzzing. What's he got up his sleeve next? Ant looks at Colin Sexton. Jazz double. Chris Dunn kicks the pass into the 6th row with a nice left foot instep. Would have made people who travel to Europe to watch football proud with that move.
What's the great soccer player's name?
Well, there's more than one. Ronaldo.
Ronaldo plays for Miami. Is that right?
Oh, that's Messi.
Messi.
Here comes a right. I'm a soccer aficionado, so TJ Warren floater in the lane is good. Who's the Frenchman? Mappe? 83-77. I mean, do you need me to keep going with my soccer knowledge? Horton Tucker, hard drive, out of control, fouled, puts it up, top spins over the rim and in. Taylor Horton Tucker to the line for 3. Jazz cut it to 4. Jazz played Kyra Lewis some minutes. Played 10 guys in the first half. Only Somnich and Yurtseven didn't play. 83-80, Timberwolves by 3. 56 seconds to play. Here's Ant. Double team. And Chris Dunn using the left instep this time. Kicks it. You got to have both feet. Got to be able to go right and go left to be an elite soccer player. Here's McLaughlin. Hendricks defending. Ants in the left wing. McLaughlin comes off a Garza pick. Flares to Garza for an open three. Short. Kessler grabs the rebound on the bounce. Jazz could go 2 for 1 here. 33 seconds left in the quarter. Horton Tucker flares to Sexton. He's left open for 3. Got another one. Colin Sexton ties it at 83 with his 5th 3 of the night.
Big mistake there by Minnesota. Everyone getting back into the paint. The trailer, Colin Sexton knocks down the 3.
Colin leads all scorers at 21. McLaughlin. Hendricks fouls. Why are they not going to Ant right now? I mean, I guess you can't give him every possession, but it would seem with 13 seconds left of the shot clock off, you might go to one of the NBA's leading scorers. 26 a night for Ant for the season, 28 since Towns. He's got it now. Orange shoes, white socks, thick football legs, and a crossover dribble. Chested unselfishly to the corner to McLaughlin. Back out top to Morris for 3 as the horn sounds. He missed it. And Anthony Edwards was slicing to the basket, wide open, and that pass went out to Morris instead, and he is not happy about it. Can the Jazz fend off the 2-time All-Star Anthony Edwards as Minnesota looks for a key victory in their quest to number 1 in the West? Next on Jazz Basketball.
This is Colin Sexton, and you are listening to Utah Jazz Basketball.
Take note, Jazz fans. The exclusive debit card of your Utah Jazz is here, and it's only available at America First, the official credit union of the Utah Jazz. The Utah Jazz debit card changes the financial game. It's packed with features, packed with benefits, and since it's accepted all over the world, it gives you home court advantage no matter where you pay. Get yours today. Apply at americafirst.com/jazz. Available on approved credit. Eligibility and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
KSL Sports, Utah's sports leader, connecting you with your favorite local teams and the action you love. Live game coverage and news with KSL Sports Zone Radio, KSL 5 Television, and KSLSports.com. Live and streaming, insider analysis, and podcasts from the pros. Utah's sports leader, KSL Sports. On air, online, and on the KSL Sports app.
Mountain Land Power Equipment provides exceptional service and high-quality brands you know and trust in lawn, landscaping, and snow removal products. Their experienced staff of technicians repairs all types of snow plows, snow blowers, and lawnmowers, and small engines, and are trained to answer questions about lawns, gardens, snow removal, and landscaping products. So whether you're digging in the dirt or digging in the snow, check out Mountain Land Power Equipment, now with 2 locations to serve you, in Salt Lake City and Springville.
Struggling to find a great tasting protein powder made with only real ingredients? Try Just Ingredients, a protein powder made with real food and nothing artificial. A protein powder that nourishes the body. With 5 sources of protein for easy digestion, customers rave that this is the first protein powder that doesn't upset their stomachs. Plus, Just Ingredients has pre-workout, electrolytes, and beauty products, all formulated with your health in mind. Jumpstart your health journey with 10% off site-wide with code JAZZ at justingredients.us.
What a quarter for the Utah Jazz.
36 minutes are in the books. The crowd is getting amped and the 4th quarter is here. 12 minutes to go. Here's David Locke and the legend Ron Boone.
Earlier tonight, Anthony Edwards dunked so hard on one of the most remarkable dunks ever that he knocked John Collins out of the game with an injury and dislocated his finger. He came back to play. He is on the bench now with fingers wrapped together. And Lowry Markkanen working one-on-one on McDaniels travels. We're tied at 83 in the 4th quarter. The Jazz looking to even this 2-game homestand against Minnesota. The Wolves, desperate for the number 1 seed in the West, are a game and a half out, need this win before playing Denver tomorrow in Minnesota. Alexander Walker to the top. Left-hand drive, gives to Kyle Anderson. Floater over Kessler's good. Minnesota was without Rudy Gobert, without Karl Anthony Towns, and now without Naz Reid. They just really, other than Luka Garza, they don't have a center on their whole roster available. So Horton Tucker drives right into the basket, and Alexander Walker gets the Timberwolves' 7th block of the night. Out to McDaniels. Fast break. High off the window. No. Kessler clears. Sexton, Horton Tucker, Sensabaugh, Markkanen, and Kessler on the floor. Kessler, nice pick for Sensabaugh on the right wing. Lobs it inside to Walker at the rim. Blocked by McDaniels. Kessler gets it back and fouled by Anderson.
Know your personnel. So they're going to say shooting.
I don't think so.
No. They gave him
two free throws. I'm surprised. He's been shooting free throws much better. Backed up near about 80% recently. But rarely, and he makes this one. I'm dying to hear Alan Horton's call of that dunk. The Timberwolves announcer is so good. Kessler makes both free throws. And we're tied at 85 with 11 minutes to play. 8 lead changes, 4 ties tonight. Jazz led by as many as 16. Minnesota hasn't led by more than 6. Conley, bounce pass in the paint to Anderson. Kick out McLaughlin, their best three-point shooter, and he makes it. McLaughlin's 3 for 3. He shoots 43% on the season.
Well, if he continues to get those kind of looks, I see why he leads the team in three-point percentage.
88-85. Markkanen, left elbow. This is the ISO they want him to work on. Gives to Sexton, left side. Sexton now guarded by their best defender, McLaughlin. Goes one-on-one. Pulls into a mid-range, high-arcing jumper and got it. Collin doesn't matter who's guarding him right now. Collin's got to go. Collins got 23, 9 of 16 from the field, 5 of 7 from 3.
You know when he's feeling. He runs back down the court and he's clapping his hands.
He's on his tippy toes and he's got more energy than just controllable. McLaughlin driving, loses the ball, gives it to Anderson, who's really their conductor right now. To McDaniels. They don't have a scorer on the floor. McDaniels' 15-foot jumper is short. Chris Finch takes both hands and pounds him on his hips in frustration with that possession. Top to Sexton. Sexton wraps the pass to Markkanen in the corner. Drives the baseline, guarded by McDaniels. Powers by him, fouled and finishes.
Beautiful move.
Lowry, Markkanen back in action tonight, 17 points. 10 rebounds, an assist, and 2 steals. Here's what Will Hardy said before the game he wanted from Lowry tonight.
Expect Lowry to set the tone for us. Whether he makes a shot or not, we'll see. There's always a little bit of kind of rust, I think, when players come back into a live game. But I expect Lowry to play really, really hard. I expect him to execute on both ends of the floor. I expect his demeanor to lead the rest of the team in terms of his seriousness and his competitiveness. That's what's most important to me. Stepping back into the role that he's had with us pretty much since he got here. This year, he's taken that role very seriously, and I do think this is a moment where we need his leadership.
He's done it tonight, makes the free throw. Here's Alexander Walker. Edwards is on the bench. Minnesota has no real scorer on the floor. McLaughlin drives, top to Anderson. Anderson ball fakes Kessler, dives into him. Kessler blocks it with a foul on Kessler. I mean, really, none of the guys on the floor for Minnesota can beat you one-on-one. They can make some shots, but they need someone else to create, and they don't really have anybody who can create right now. So this is not a time where you want to be biting on pump fakes and giving up 2 free throws to Kyle Anderson. No, Anderson is an uncomfortable free throw shooter.
Yeah, he's not going to beat you with his speed or his moves. They're all just as slow, but sometimes the shot blocker, the strong pump fake, will get a shot blocker up in the air.
Free throw's no good. The ball just about fell out of his hand on the free throw as it was coming out of his hands. And there's a legitimate chance for chicken right now.
70% shooter, yes there is.
He's an uncomfortable free throw shooter. His legs are stiff, his arms are stiffer, and he makes the free throw. 90-89. Jazz lead is 1. Utah Jazz play-by-play is brought to you by Instructure, the makers of Canvas. Horton Tucker trying to get Lowry isolated. Anderson comes to defend, lob to Sexton's over his head out of bounds.
Probably a little bit too hard. By the time he got up in the air, the ball was already by him.
Alexander Walker quickly the other way. Edwards still on the bench. Here's McLaughlin left side, top to McDaniels. McDaniels drives on Lowry, gets in trouble, throws it back to McLaughlin, penetrates, cut off by Kessler, reach and foul on Sensabaugh. Can't be fouling right now.
Yeah, fouling now will get you in trouble later in the ballgame.
With Anthony Edwards driving at you, that's going to be a real problem later. Statistically, the world's losing color. All white kitchens, beige nurseries, gray cars, but the destinations Delta flies to. Still a vibrant world out there, and sometimes opening your world is all it takes to open your mind. Delta proud to be the official airline committee partner of the Utah Jazz. Taylor Hendricks checks in. Sensabaugh checks out. Kessler. This is the defensive lineup that has a lot of Jazz fans excited. Kessler at 7'1", Markin at 7'1", Hendricks at 6'9", with elite athleticism. Now, whether there's enough floor spacing will be the issue.
McLaughlin giving them some valuable minutes. This is a player that only averages 9 minutes a ball game during the course of the year.
2-3 zone by Minnesota without a center. As Anthony Edwards gets off the bench, he gets ready to check back in. Marketing, driving, gets the ball knocked away from behind. It ricochets to Kessler, who pushes it. Ricochets to Sexton, who pushes it past Kessler out of bounds. All right, here it is. 8:37 left. Anthony Edwards checks in. So the Jazz weren't able to take advantage of the non-Edwards minutes. In fact, Minnesota leads by was a +1. Minnesota's played 30 clutch games this year. They have not been particularly good at them.
And Taylor is going to be guarding Edwards. All the experience.
What a task this is. Here's Mike Conley. We'll give it to Kyle Anderson, who will play their point guard. Let Conley really play an off guard. Edwards at the top. 25 a game he averages. He takes a left-hand dribble, fades back on the baseline and hits. That was pretty darn good defense. Kessler came up to the screen, went out with him for the baseline J, and he was just too good. Horton Tucker splits the double team, gets to the rack, foul. Let's go back to pregame. Here's what Scott Morrison said to us about guarding Anthony Edwards.
Our goal last game was to be up to the level of the screen on pick and rolls, and I feel like we were that maybe 40% of the time. And it's tough enough to stop him with two guys that are right there in front of him. But when he can take 2 or 3 dribbles downhill before he sees another body, it's almost impossible. So hopefully we can improve that 40% up to 80, closer to 100, and see if we can make him pass a little bit more and hope guys miss.
First free throw from Horton Tucker, no good. Interesting to see what Will does with his rotation here late. He always feels it. It's never set. Horton Tucker brings Jazz within 2 of Minnesota. Minnesota's a game and a half out of first. They play Denver tomorrow night as Keontae George gets off the bench for the Jazz. Conley, deep 3, well short, long rebound, marking it. Hands it back to Taylor. Horton Tucker, 7 points, 3 assists. Driving, off balance, tripped by Conley, and he'll get free throws. Mike Conley saying he didn't commit the foul. Chris Finch looks to the bench, as do 3 of his assistants stand up and preen back at the tablet man. And the tablet man says nothing to do.
And Tucker wants a shot. Now, had he gathered with the contact, you would think yes. But he's not getting free throws.
Inbound to Kessler, trying to get it back to Keontae, can't, so instead he hands to Horton Tucker. 13 on the clock. Horton Tucker right side, takes a tough 3 over Anderson, no good. Anthony Edwards boards. Here comes Ant to the front court, #1 pick of the draft out of Georgia. 2-time All-Star, bounces between his legs 3 times. Now crosses over, gets to the free throw line, retreats to the wing. Top to McDaniels, left wing Conley, open for 3, missed it. Mike Conley hit the big ones the other night, but he's 1 for 6 tonight.
Only 2 points after having such a big night on Saturday.
And a big night against the Clippers. Sexton, bad pass, knocked away by Conley. Stolen and lays it up, and Keontae George, right finger has something. He's back, and Keontae's running to the locker room right now. Jazz have to take a timeout. Something happened to Keontae's right finger. He's shaking it badly. Anthony Edwards dislocated his finger earlier tonight on a dunk and then turned around, popped it back in during the timeout, came back out and played. Hopefully Keontae can do the same. 7:11 left here in the fourth. 95-91. An above-the-break turnover gives the Wolves a 4-point advantage.
This is Keontae George, and you are listening to Utah Jazz Basketball.
Think you know Nu Skin? Think again. We're more than a leading beauty and wellness company. We're devoted to helping you look, feel, and live better. And we're more than an opportunity for a global force of entrepreneurs. We're a proud Utah business that cares about our community. Because Nu Skin is a force for good, you'll find us cheering for the Jazz with the same passion we use to help and inspire people worldwide. Nu Skin, helping you discover your best self since 1984. Learn more about who we are at nuskin.com.
Hear that? That's the sound of 1.5% cash back on every purchase you make with the Agility Cash Visa credit card from Zions Bank. Whether at the grocery store, the dog groomer, or your favorite bistro, the Agility Cash card gives you 1.5% cash back every time, everywhere. For the card that pays, Zions Bank is for you. Apply today at zionsbank.com/agility. Subject to credit approval. Terms, conditions, and restrictions apply. See a banker for details. A division of Zions Bank Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
Thanks for calling Toyota. My kids are really excited about spring break, so I'm looking for a new Toyota to help make it amazing. Imagine you and the kids in a Tundra on your way to the lake to go speedboating. Or even taking a RAV4 to an animal sanctuary to pet ghosts. Sounds like your kids aren't the only ones excited about spring break.
Ready, set, go get your Toyota today. Toyota, let's go places. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
NBAstore.com, the official online store of the NBA, and the world's largest selection of officially licensed NBA fan gear. With unique designs by Fanatics, Nike, and all the latest styles for every NBA team, plus one-of-a-kind products and authentic collectibles. Shop now and get today's special offer. NBAstore.com, a Fanatics experience.
The NBA is non-stop. Let's see what's happening as we go Delta coast to coast.
Oh, Nikhil reached in on Keontae George and turned him over. It's another Keontae George turnover. And goes up for the dunk, and Thunder slams it in traffic over John Collins. And Ant may have hurt his left hand. He comes right to the bench. That was sick.
Alan Horton on the call. That's the play of the league tonight. And that happened here when Anthony Edwards threw down a monster dunk. Monster dunk. Ron, in your 50-plus years, how many have you seen like that?
Well, not a lot. That's for sure. I mean, you've seen. I think the difference is the power that he puts into his dunks. I've seen some spectacular dunks that are not as powerful. Julius Erving probably had some of the best ever.
Yeah.
As far as
I'm not sure I'd ever seen anybody that high.
No, yeah.
95-91, Jazz. Taylor Horton Tucker drives the basket, shot blocked out of bounds off the Jazz. Anderson turning here to the basket, misses. Kessler rebounds. Minnesota is without a center. Gobert, Anthony Towns, and Reed all out. Sexton, transition three, missed it. Edwards boards. 95-91, Minnesota trails Denver by a half a game in the standings. They play tomorrow night. Oklahoma City's in first, a game up. Edwards stepping by on Hendrickson scores. Ron, say it.
Split the trap.
It's almost like Walker just released for some reason. Then Hendricks stopped playing. 97-91. Sexton, high pick and roll. Flares it out to Keontae, who's back in the game after his finger may have been dislocated as well. Left side, Sexton lobbing it in traffic to Kessler. Tough catch, falling to the ground. Throws it out to Hendricks. Three ball from the wing, no good. Rebound Edwards. Jazz can't buy one right now. It's Minnesota 97, Utah 91. Edwards left side. Edwards pulls for three, buries it. Gets a high five, low five from Chris Finch, his head coach. And all of a sudden, Anthony Edwards has 23 points, 10 of 19 shooting, and the Minnesota's up by 9. And illegal defense called on Minnesota. Chris Dunn and Lowry Markin get ready to check back in for the Jazz. This one might have just slipped away from Utah. Danny Ainge sitting front row next to Ryan and Ashley Smith, the governors of the Jazz. Colin Sexton makes the technical free throw.
Edwards with 26. That means he's at 19 here in the second
You just kind of knew he was going to get going. 26.7 rebounds, 6 assists, and that dunk got it going. Marketing. Drives hard with the left hand. Inside, he switches to the right, hooks it up and in. And Chris Finch calls a timeout. 5:20 left. The Minnesota has no height on the floor. Can the Jazz take advantage? They're down 6 with 5:20 to play here in the fourth quarter.
This is Lowry Markin, and you are listening to Utah Jazz Basketball.
Utah Jazz fans, check out the official Utah Jazz Watch Party presented by Michelob Ultra this Wednesday, March 20th. Come enjoy the game at the Huddle Sports Bar and Grill. Meet Jazz dancers, win prizes, and cheer on the Utah Jazz this Wednesday, March 20th at the Huddle Sports Bar and Grill. The official Utah Jazz Watch Parties are presented by Michelob Ultra, proud partner of the Utah Jazz. Must be 21 years of age or older. Enjoy responsibly. Michelob Ultra Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Woodley Real Estate, a proud sponsor of the Utah Jazz, is a full-service commercial and residential real estate firm helping clients invest, buy, sell, lease, and develop real estate. With over 20 years of experience, they've represented individuals from seasoned investors to first-time homebuyers and businesses from publicly traded companies, including Qualtrics, Vivint, and Domo, to Silicon Slope's fastest-growing startups. Woodley Real Estate, finding homes for Utah's businesses and the people who run them. Learn more about Woodley Real Estate at woodley.co.
Mountain Land Power Equipment provides exceptional service and high-quality brands you know and trust in lawn, landscaping, and snow removal products. Their experienced staff of technicians repairs all types of snow plows, snow blowers, and lawnmowers, and small engines, and are trained to answer questions about lawns, gardens, snow removal, and landscaping products. So whether you're digging in the dirt or digging in the snow, check out Mountain Land Power Equipment, now with 2 locations to serve you, in Salt Lake City and Springville.
You might not realize it, but life has a soundtrack. For most of us, it sounds a bit like... But you can always change the station. In hundreds of Delta Airlines destinations, you can turn your soundtrack into a global chorus. Delta. Keep climbing.
194, Minnesota by 6. 5:20 to play. Jazz have been very good all night. They're down by 6 now. Anthony Edwards has ignited. He has 26, and he's blown up the internet with a dunk that is unquestionably the dunk of the year. The question is, how many years back do we have to go to find one that matches it? The Jazz have got Lowry Markkanen back tonight. He has 20 points and 11 rebounds.
In 25 minutes, so that minute restriction...
Probably about 30.
Yes.
He's on the floor right now with George, Dunn, Kessler, and Sexton. John Collins is out with a concussion he got on the dunk from Anthony Edwards. McLaughlin, double team in the post, kicks out to Alexander Walker, spins Collins, Sexton around, drives to the basket, misses. Rebound battle, Kessler going after it with McDaniels. It's loose on the ground, and the Jazz have it. 100-94. Markkanen. Left side to Sexton. Sexton straight away on Edwards. They go to Lowry at the elbow. This is what they want him to work on in a foul. So, Ron, why is it that this is what they want Lowry to add to his game? This is really important minutes here.
Well, because he needs to learn how to play more off the dribble. He needs to, and this position here right now is elbow post-ups. This is what you see Embiid do quite a bit. Karl Anthony Towns does it there as well. Taking advantage of guys a little smaller and being crafty with it. He's good at that, but they want him to be able to play off the dribble, pull up and shoot a jump shot off the dribble. And in other words, you know, you got to get better at handling the basketball off the dribble.
Free throws good by Lowry. He's made the first 3 of the night. Hasn't made an outside shot after that. Both free throws are good. We're into clutch time. Minnesota this year in clutch 17 and 13. Jazz in the clutch 14 and 13. 4:35 to play. Edwards, double team. bounces out of it to McLaughlin. Top of the key, Anderson. Now calmly going to work with a left-hand dribble, guarded by Kessler. Hands it back to McDaniels. Hard drive to the rack. Flares to Anderson for a three left side. Off the glass, no good. Rebound, Keontae. Jazz down 4. High pick. Keontae tries to split the double team and turns it over again tonight. Anderson back to McLaughlin. Ant trailing. Ball fakes. Stops at the free throw line. Flares to the wing. Alexander Walker for 3, good. Keontae is not taking care of the ball very well tonight.
No, he's really not. He's trying to go between his legs, between 2 defenders.
He has 6 turnovers. That was the bugaboo on him coming in. Zone defense. Markkanen in the post, guarded by the 6'7" Anderson. They double team, reach in, knock it away. Markkanen has it, bullets it in the middle of the lane, but it's all Timberwolves and a turnover on Lowry. Back-to-back turnovers by the Jazz. 103-96. High pick, Anthony Edwards, guarded by Dunn. Puts a right shoulder into Dunn, dribbling with the left hand, tries to fend it off. Jazz double, inside to McLaughlin, out to McDaniels. Hard drive at Lowry, wild shot. Lowry defended perfectly, Kessler clears. 103-96, 3 to play. Trailing is Lowry, firing is Lowry. Missed the 3, Dunn offensive rebound. Kick out to Keontae, 3 ball, pow!
Keontae's first bucket since the first quarter. He now has 13.
103-99, 2:45 to play. Jordan McLaughlin brings it up to Anderson, who's playing point guard. Right elbow isolation. Anthony Edwards fires over Dunn and scores. 28 for Ant.
He's special.
He's really the next one, isn't he? 2-time All-Star. He'll be a 10-time All-Star if nothing goes wrong. Keontae, one-hand pass to Sexton at his feet. They have to reset Keontae.
Got to make that zone move.
Keontae's pass to Markkanen, knocked away. Lowry has it, 5 on the clock, 16-foot jumper, rattles out. Dunn knocks the rebound out to Sexton, gives to Keontae, drives the defense in the lane, up at the cup, missed the layup. Anderson rebounds. 105-99, 2 minutes to play. Jazz desperate for a stop. Edwards picks up the ball, crosses over, free throw line fadeaway, got it. Anthony Edwards, 30 points. He's next. Keontae, left side, Dunn, left open for 3, no. Rebound Kessler, back out to Dunn. Try a second time if you fail the first, he airballs. Down 8 with 1:30 to play, here's Ant again. His shoes tonight are orange. If he was on a video game, he'd have a halo over him right now. He goes to the top to Anderson. Anderson says, come to me. Ant comes to get it, guarded by Dunn, isolated left side, crossover, pulls, 4-3, missed it. Rebound, tapped out, McDaniels has it, outworking the Jazz for it, and he's fouled, and that'll do it. First 107-99, the Jazz just down the stretch, couldn't score. Jazz have 1 field goal in the final 4:40 of this game. Check that. 1 field goal in the final 5:20 of this game. It was Keontae George's 3 off the offensive rebound. So in clutch, where the Jazz offense has been very good this year, tonight was not the night where they were good. So the Jazz, 107-99, timeout on the floor. And the Utah Jazz will fall to Minnesota, who tomorrow night will face Denver on a back end of a back-to-back, which is too bad since that's such a big game. And tough travel going the wrong way. So we'll see how they're able to do.
Going the wrong way, and even right now, they were only 3 games off last year's pace, but they're trending downward opposed to last season when the Jazz were 32 and 35.
The Jazz, you mean?
The Jazz, yes.
Yeah.
Even Minnesota, I mean, they're much better. They were 12 games above last year coming into tonight's game.
Away game watch party coming up Wednesday, March 20th for Oklahoma City. Cheer on the Jazz at the Huddle Sports Bar and Grill in Cottonwood Heights. The official Utah Jazz watch party presented by Michelob Ultra. Meet jazz dancers, win prizes, cheer on the Utah Jazz. Must be 21 years of age or older. Enjoy responsibly. Michelob Ultra, St. Louis, Missouri. $107.99.
Keontae with 6 turnovers. Laurie Marketing with 6 turnovers. That's 12 of the 17 turnovers between those two. Keontae's season high in turnovers was 5 before tonight's game.
Lowry, they're trying to make him do things he doesn't usually do. And that's
Absolutely.
leading to some of the turnovers. Keontae was a little loose tonight. And that's the next step for him. Here's Edwards left side. Up by 8 with 1 to play. Down low to Anderson. Rotate out to McDaniels. He misses another 3. Alexander Walker flies in. Knocks the rebound around. Sexton battling. Can't control it. Minnesota maintains possession.
Well, he's turned into a player, hasn't he?
Who's that?
Alexander Walker.
Yeah, he really has.
Yep.
Jazz. Part of the Jazz traded him with Mike Conley. And that's give Tim Conley credit. That's an important added piece to that deal. Alexander Walker swings to Conley. Has been struggling tonight. Misses the 3. Anderson back taps out. Jazz can't get a field goal or a rebound here in the last 5 minutes. Anthony Edwards guarded tightly by Markkanen and a foul on Lowry. Minnesota to go get 2 wins in here without Rudy Gobert or Karl Anthony Towns, Ron. They've got to be ecstatic.
That moves them up to 47-21. Be tied with Denver in the loss column. Well, they'll be tied with Denver, period. And they will meet
tomorrow. Denver not playing tonight, though. Games tonight. Sacramento leads Memphis by 10. The Knicks are up 6 on the Warriors as they go to the half. And LA is up on Atlanta. 109.99 as Edwards makes 2 free throws, and he just marched himself all the way out to 32 tonight, Ron. Dunn, left corner, 3-ball, good.
Yeah, most of those points coming in the second half. He had 7 points at the start of the third period.
109-102. By the way, this is crazy because it's happening again, but I believe the line tonight was 7.5. Anybody want to confirm that for me? Oh, I'm being told pregame odds might have been 4. I saw 7.5. Maybe when they found out Rudy was out, it dropped to 4. What? 4.5. When they found out Rudy was out, it dropped. So 7.5 this morning. $110-102. Now 111-102. Minnesota leads it by 9. And they'll get the win. 2 important wins for them. Keontae through the lane. Left-hand layup was good. 15 seconds left. That'll do it. Jazz pressuring. Push ahead to McDaniels, and he'll dribble it out. So 111-104 the final tonight. And the Jazz played very well. And McDaniels just hit a 3 on the left side, which breaks his shooting slump, but is pretty ill-advised. Colin Sexton is, and the Jazz players kind of were a little wondering why that just happened. McDaniels, it's not uncommon for a guy to shoot him. It's usually after the horn. That was a little strange. That count? 114-104.
It counts.
Joined now by Tim Lacombe and Jake Scott.
What a dunk.
I mean,
I got up and ran around. I don't typically do that.
I have a metal or a plastic partitioner on my right-hand side, and I thought I was going to tear it down.
Doing on the floor is a successful 3.
Like, I literally climbed it. Like, I can't. I have no idea what I said.
Does it bug anybody else that it was a foul?
No.
Yeah, I think I'm the only one.
I mean, literally, like, I hate to say this because it's our guy, but, like, the fact that John Collins left with a concussion only adds to the story.
Because he ran his finger through his eyeball.
I mean, the height and the force were just unbelievable.
Yeah, the fact that you could see Collins turns his head once the contact is made, and Edwards was still rising. Like
the explosion.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was the explosion where he took off from all that. And then, finger to the face.
Yeah.
But Jazz played tough. I mean, I thought you're talking about improvement from, one night to the next. The score, Jazz lose by 10, but I thought there were really good things. I thought the ball movement was significantly better, and I thought they were more connected perhaps and engaged, at times on the defensive side. The numbers didn't necessarily show it the way they shot it, but I thought they made them make tough shots.
They really just collapsed offensively down the stretch.
Correct.
I mean, they did not have a field goal they had one field goal for the final 5 minutes, right?
Wasted, yeah, and a lot of wasted just possessions that didn't go anywhere.
Turnovers.
Right.
Yeah. But I agree with you. I thought they played just much better basketball tonight. I don't think we're getting an epic quote from Will Hardy afterwards tonight.
No, it was a different game. Lowry was back, played well at times. Yeah, I'm with you, David. And they moved the ball better tonight. Minnesota's good. Anthony Edwards is really good.
Anthony Edwards is next.
He is next. Yeah, he is next. And Ryan, you said it about the same time I did. You're like, he's special. That little, where he just kind of ended it from the junction. He's turned faced, didn't waste any energy, just whack. And we've seen a lot of really, really good players do that.
I've seen guys over my career that had such great jumping ability, and they don't have a very good jump shot, because for some reason they would get up too high on their jump shot or whatever. But I think he has everything, and his power, can shoot the jumper, shoots the three. I mean, you can see why he was the first player picked in the draft.
The thing I would say about him is there was really a question about him for a little while about his time and score understanding. And just kind of, and I don't know if it was fair, if it all stemmed back from kind of the way he approached the draft when he said, I'm not really a basketball player, I'd rather play football, and it kind of set everyone off. But I thought if you watched him enough, there were actually times where it did feel like maybe, that was not his strength. In every regard, but I thought this last two nights, I thought he really felt the game pretty fabulously and did have a really good time and score understanding of the game.
It's definitely gotten better, no doubt.
Guys, thank you. It was a fun one.
Why, thank you. You're here every night, and we never thank you. You just thank us.
Oh man,
Thank
because
you.
I'm lucky to be here. You kidding?
It was a little late.
Appreciate you guys.
You guys were a little late getting up today.
That wasn't their fault.
When I come down.
I got you. Yeah.
Okay.
Glad you could talk to us, Ron.
We'll be better, Ron. I
Okay,
promise.
thank you.
All right, buddy.
Thank you.
114-104 is your final. We're breaking it down next. You're listening to Utah Jazz Basketball.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel you attract people who tend to be compulsive or abusive?
Do you have money problems because of someone else's drinking?
Are you afraid or embarrassed to bring your friends home?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
More than half of all adults have a family history of alcoholism.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
You're listening to a previously aired episode of Inside Sources with Boyd Matheson. Sometimes things are just better the second time around.
Hear elevated conversation on crucial issues. Boyd Matheson on Inside Sources.
Welcome back to Inside Sources here on KSL News Radio. It's great to be with you today. As always, I am Boyd Matheson, and if you're just joining us, we're staying with the conversation because, of course, if it's a Monday, we must be facing a potential showdown by Friday. And it's actually true. We are facing another shutdown showdown. Although you can put your panic buttons away, it won't happen. We will have another proverbial kicking of the can down the road. And as we were talking about in the first segment, there's actually 2 cans that we get to kick down the road now because we do this bifurcated ladder approach that Speaker Mike Johnson introduced back in November. And I think it was a good idea. I'm for anything that makes the process more streamlined, more efficient, anything that prevents us from having big omnibus, thousands and thousands of pages of bill text and a whole lot of earmarks thrown in and no one having any time to scrutinize it, read it before they have to take a vote on it. So I think that was a good move. The reality is we are so broken in Congress that we're just going to keep doing this until we either crack everything open. So it's one thing to be broken. It's another thing to be broken open. And that's where I think Congress has to get. They have to be willing to be broken open and just solve the problem, which is to just do the job. And I just remind all our listeners that part of the frustration factor of all of this for every American citizen I've talked to is the fact that we all have to do this every day. We do this around the kitchen table. We do it sitting at the computer late at night. We try to figure out how we're going to make sure that we don't run out of money before we run out of month and make sure that the bills are paid and some set aside for a rainy day and hopefully a retirement or a child's education or whatever it might be. We plan and we do this. And sometimes it requires negotiating with a spouse or getting your whole family to sit down and say, you know what? We got to cut back on some spending. Where's it going to be? We can't do everything, so what are we going to do? What matters? But Congress seems to be unwilling to have that conversation because the current battle, I just have to remind everyone, the current battle that we're having is about the work that should have been done a year ago. A year ago. So we are a year behind schedule. And so all of the shutdown showdowns we're experiencing right now are for things that were supposed to be done, voted on, signed into law, well before September 30th of 2023, last year's work. So currently, Congress should be working on those 12 appropriations bills that are due this September. And yes, we have proven it out. September 30th always comes. Every year. It's incredible. It is incredible. And yet members of Congress seem to be shocked that it comes. And then there's a deadline. And then we have a shutdown showdown. And we have to avoid a crisis. And we can't let the government shut down. And so we kick the can down the road. And, of course, now we kick 2 cans down the road because we do it in 2 pieces. So what to expect this week? This week, you'll see a lot of hype and hysteria Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Members of Congress will mostly get back into D.C. late today, early tomorrow, and they'll start working through, okay, gang, what's the plan? And they will likely do what they did with the first portion, we'll call it the first can, 4 appropriations bills, which they kicked to September. And again, that doesn't do anything. We'll talk about the problems that creates in a second. So they've kicked one of the cans to September. My guess is they will now do this again. There were some delays over the weekend. They thought they had a deal. But then over the weekend, there were a little bit of process problems that forced Congress to really begin this week without having a real plan in place. So as they look at that, as they look at the things that are happening, the things that have to be done, again, 8 of these that have to be done, including just little things like, Department of Defense, Homeland Security, Health and Human Services, Education, the IRS. Some of us might not complain too heavily about that one. And then there's all kinds of government, general government and foreign operations. All of those have to be done. The interesting thing is part of the holdup that occurred over the weekend is that there are some in the Democratic side of the aisle who are requesting more funding for pay equity for the Transportation Security Administration. And for the Republicans' part, there are a number of them who are asking for additional money for immigration and customs enforcement, detention, enforcement efforts, those kinds of things. those are the big things happening down at the border. So all of that to say, both sides are trying to negotiate, not to cut spending, but to spend more of what we don't have. So that's going to be the battle for the week, and they'll figure this part out, and they will kick the can to September the 30th. And then hopefully, they can start doing the work that they should have already been working on. I mean, we are in the middle of March already, and yet we're still dealing with 2023 issues in terms of funding the government. Now, all of that you can say, well, no big deal. We just kind of keep it on autopilot. We just keep the spending levels at the same level, and that's okay. But it's not. And here's what's underneath the headline that most people don't talk about. When you have those spending levels set, that those funds get set for specific things. So specific programs inside of the Department of Education, for example, a particular weapons program inside of the Department of Defense. And so let's take those two examples. And let's say that weapons system inside the Department of Defense is not working, is way over budget, and you want to get rid of it. Well, guess what? You can't replace it with anything because it hasn't been approved by Congress. So when we say that it's a continuing resolution, it is continuing exactly as it is. So you can't change it. Or let's say inside the Department of Education, let's say there was a program that got funded by Congress, had all this great upside potential, and let's say it's producing poor results. And let's say that even every member in the House and the Senate, Republican and Democrats, Independents, everybody agreed we should change the program. Even if we all agreed on what the new program should be, you can't do that because it hasn't been approved. Because the funds were appropriated to that failing program that everyone on both sides of the aisle would like to get rid of and replace with a new one that would be awesome and better and produce better results and everyone agrees on. But you can't do that under a continuing resolution. And so that's where the problem gets really complicated and really difficult. And it actually impacts us more than we think. Some people have become so content or so accustomed to continuing resolutions that we don't really flinch or bat an eye. It's like, well, as long as they funded the government, we're okay, even if they're funding at last year's levels. Well, it's not quite that simple. You have to go underneath the headline of that and look at what else is that impacting. And it impacts you and it impacts me. It impacts our community. It impacts our country because they're not doing the job. It's so simple. And so part of that is shining a light on it and say, this is what's really going on with all of these shutdown showdowns. They're great for politics. They're great for theater. They're great for members to do their social media moment. But there are a lot of ramifications beyond the fact that it's spending us into oblivion, especially for our children and grandchildren who will have to deal with this. They may not be able to pay for it, but they're going to feel the impact of it. And the people who will feel that the most are going to be the poor and the most vulnerable among us because there won't be anything to negotiate. There'll be draconian cuts that nobody can defend and nobody can stop. And so it's time for a different kind of conversation. Let's get out of the Groundhog Day discussion. Let's get out of the kick the can down the road discussion. Let's get out of the kick two cans down the road discussion. Let's get back to the constitutional discussion of you ran for Congress in the House or the Senate. You knew what the job was. This is the job. Do the job. We'll be right back.
Social Security is with you through life's journey from birth to retirement. As your life changes year to year, so do your needs. For over 80 years, Social Security has helped to meet your needs and is committed to improving access to the services that make a difference in your life. Today, you can verify your earnings, estimate your future benefits, apply for retirement, manage your benefits, and even change your address, all from the comfort of your home. Social Security's online services help put you in control with secure access to your information anytime, anywhere, allowing you to spend more time with family, friends, or simply just enjoying the day. Social Security, securing today and tomorrow. See what you can do online at socialsecurity.gov.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
Tim and Amanda.
Do I look forward to reporting the news? Yes, insofar as it helps me understand what's happening.
We know that it's important information that's going to impact people's lives, and so that makes the job of reporting the news that day easier.
Utah's Morning News between 5 and 9 on KSL News Radio.
It is 9:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Mark Jackson. KSL's top story: a motorcyclist is in critical condition tonight following a crash near 350 South 200 East. Investigators say this happened about 5:20, involving a Mazda CX-5 and a motorcyclist. Paramedics took the injured man, a 28-year-old, to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. The motorcyclist did not appear to be wearing a helmet. The driver of the Mazda, a 61-year-old woman, remained on scene and cooperated. Police tell us alcohol could be a factor in a wrong-way crash that killed at least one person on Legacy Parkway over the weekend. It happened about 6:30 Sunday morning. Police say the wrong-way driver slammed into another car, killing one of the people inside. Both drivers were taken to the hospital. Police tell us the Davis County Attorney's Office will screen the case for charges. Top national story this hour: Miami Beach spring breakers are under a curfew, and law enforcement says they're seeing results. Compared to spring break of 2023, arrests are down.
After last year's deadly violence during Miami Beach's spring break, this month officials enforcing an emergency curfew and additional safety measures. Those strict measures are working. Business owners here on Miami Beach tell me this year has been smoother and safer than years past.
It's ABC's Victor Oquendo. And in sports, I wish I had better news for the Jazz. They lose to the Timberwolves in a game you heard right here on KSL News Radio, 114-104 the final. Tomorrow, the Runnin' Utes open their first round in the NIT, taking on UC Irvine at Huntsman Center. Tip-off at 9 on ESPN2. Coming up, so far, travel's been pretty good, but we will double-check traffic and weather together anyway. Next, KSL News Time, 9:31.
This is Derek Miller of the Salt Lake Chamber with your Utah Business Report. As part of Governor Cox's spring One Utah Summit, the governor and the summit's organizing partners will honor and recognize individuals and companies making significant contributions to Utah's economy, local communities, and industries. This year, the Utah Business Leader Community Impact Award will be presented to Keith McMullen, retired President and CEO of Deseret Management Corporation. Lavanya Mahate, founder and CEO of Saffron Valley Restaurants, Bix Bakery and Cafe, and Rise Culinary Institute, will be honored with the Utah Business Person of the Year Award. The award recipients will be honored during the lunchtime plenary session of the One Utah Summit on April 12th. To view the entire list of honorees and register for the event, please visit the One Utah Summit website. The Salt Lake Chamber. We stand as the voice of business.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Salt Lake City will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
when the storm rolls in, my time to find a pet-friendly evacuation center will have run out.
The scorching heat wave will leave me powerless to cool my insulin.
I'll face a hurricane without meds. Now that's a tough pill to swallow.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different. But but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We hope you have the right app on your phone for news. You probably have dozens.
But the KSL News Radio app, well, it makes our live stream super easy.
Plus, our talk shows are right there as podcast for your workday.
That's the app for KSL News Radio.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. So it looks like the biggest traffic jam, of course, no surprise, getting out of Delta Center after a Jazz loss tonight. But once you get on the freeways, you're in pretty good shape, headed north into Davis or southbound through the valley and into Utah County. Alpine Home Medical carries the highest quality home medical equipment, lift chairs, walkers, rollators, bedroom, bathroom safety products, CPAP, and more, with 11 locations, with newest location in Tooele or alpinehomemedical.com. Valley weather has been a beautiful day today, unbelievable. Going to kind of be that way tomorrow. We will go tonight down to, I believe, 39. Tomorrow, 66. How about 68 on Wednesday? Upper 60s for most of the rest of the week. We get some rain, and 65 on Saturday. How about fair skies right now and 54 downtown at 9:36. I'm Mark Jackson on KSL News Radio 102.7 FM, 1160 AM. KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
You're listening to a previously aired episode of Inside Sources with Boyd Matheson. Sometimes things are just better the second time around.
Inside Sources. Inside Sources. America's voice of reason. Boyd Matheson on Utah's home for elevated conversation. Inside Sources on KSL News Radio.
As we often look at what does happen on a bipartisan basis, and there's actually a lot of it that does occur in our nation's capital. We don't hear about it a whole lot. The challenge, though, is often when we're being told something is bipartisan, often that should send your spidey sense up. We have a rule at my house: if you have to declare it, you're not it. And sometimes when we declare very loudly and repeatedly how bipartisan something is, we better watch out for the back end, because it may fall in the not so fast, my friend, category. One of those that we've been taking a look at is the infrastructure bill. 2021, touted as a bipartisan solution to deal with so many of the big issues of the day. And it was bipartisan in nature. So that's a good thing. Then we get to the not so fast, my friend, underneath the headlines. And that is that we have had a very hyper-partisan implementation of a very bipartisan piece of law. That's an interesting thing to look at, a challenging thing to really dissect. There was a fascinating piece in The Hill today at thehill.com talking about President Biden's very hyper-partisan implementation of the very bipartisan infrastructure law. And that's often where we have to, again, get past the headline, get to the think again moment. Joining us, really pleased to have Timothy Lee joining us on the program. He's a senior vice president of legal and public affairs at the Center for Individual Freedom. And Timothy, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Wonderful. Great piece by the president of your organization, Jeffrey Mazzella, talking about this. And we were just talking before you came on about we love to tout that we have something that's bipartisan. That's a good thing, but we have a rule at my house: if you have to declare it, you're not it. And sometimes when we declare things too often, it may be something we have to look twice at. And so you've taken a look there at the Center for Individual Freedom on a very bipartisan bill that is being implemented in a not so bipartisan way. Tell us about it.
Yeah, not only is it hyper-partisan, but a lot of your listeners will know that one of the most anticipated Supreme Court cases this year has to deal with what's called Chevron deference, and that's the degree to which courts will defer to these executive agencies, as we're currently witnessing with the Biden administration. And it's probably going to get overturned, and that's a good thing because these administrative agencies and bureaucrats that run them are running out of control. So this is also hyper-partisan, as you mentioned. What we've got here is the infrastructure bill, essentially. And Joe Biden likes to go around in his reelection campaign talking about how he achieved this and how it was bipartisan, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The problem is he's taking what should be a bipartisan bill and was a bipartisan passage and converting it into a very, very hyper-partisan execution of it. And so what we're dealing with here is the broadband expansion. There are still about 14 million people in America that lack broadband access, so it's a good thing that Republicans and Democrats agreed we should expand into them. So they granted about $43 billion to this program. And here's the key, and here's why it's so hyper-partisan. It said specifically in the law they cannot include price controls. So imagine this thing playing out. The government spends $43 billion to expand broadband. Well, they use private companies to do that. And so a company has to give a bid, and they say, look, we can do it for X amount. And so prices are something that cannot change. And so the bill said explicitly, you can't impose price controls on these companies that are doing it. In addition to the actual text of the law itself, several people within the Biden administration, including the Secretary of Commerce implementing this bill, testified before the Senate and said, no, price controls will not be part of this. These are their own words. And so the law itself and the administration's own personnel said there will be no price controls. Well, guess what's happening right now? They're imposing price controls. What happens is the states, individual states come back and say, okay, here's our plan to expand broadband to X rural community. Well, the Biden administration is not green-lighting this without a promise of price controls. And so that puts these companies in a bind. How are you going to expand broadband to these distant rural areas if the government is forcing you to sell it at a rate that doesn't compensate you for your costs? And so it's a terrible, terrible thing. And unfortunately, the people who pay the highest price are people without broadband in some of these rural communities. So it's hyper-partisan, and it violates the law, and it's yet another example of this administrative agency abuse that's at the heart of one of the biggest Supreme Court cases this year.
Yeah, and it's going to be fascinating to see how that moves forward with the Chevron doctrine, with the Supreme Court taking that up. Give us a little sense in terms of, you mentioned it right there at the end, unpack it for us a little bit in terms of especially these rural communities, some of these places, many of which are in pretty conservative red states, and suddenly those that everyone in a bipartisan manner agreed we should help and we should do some things for, suddenly the administrative state, again, by rule, and Congress loves to do this, these big sweeping statements of we shall have clean air and everyone shall have broadband. And then they turn it to the agency, who then gets to do what it likes, and it's not up for re-election this year.
That's exactly right. It's sort of like the Environmental Protection Agency that, we all want clean air, but when they start imposing bipartisan laws in a way that doesn't really have anything to do with environmental protection and just has more to do with state control, that's where we have a problem. And this is another example of it. So picture yourself out in a rural community. Maybe you moved out there during COVID, and you depend on these things, broadband, and you're getting left behind because other people have it in big cities, but you don't have it in the rural areas. So it actually was a great idea, and that's why it was bipartisan,
right?
With Republicans and Democrats to say, let's get these people broadband. And unfortunately, the Biden administration has other ideas. It's part of their hyper-partisan political agenda. And it needs to be stopped, and it needs to be corrected. So that's the process we're underway now. But bringing this to people's attention is the first step. I know up in Utah, you're probably going to have a lot of people that are subject to this as well. I'm from Arizona, and so I'm certainly familiar with rural communities in Utah and Arizona.
Yeah.
And to have this really thrown in their face by the Biden administration, which ironically is going around the nation as part of their reelection campaign, trying to claim themselves bipartisan and trying to claim this as an achievement, when it's not really an achievement if they're undermining the actual bill itself. So that adds to the irony of it all.
Yeah, great perspective, great insight. Timothy Lee, Senior Vice President of Legal and Public Affairs at the Center for Individual Freedom. And this is why we have to make sure we have laws that are written well, that are vetted properly, that are debated in public in front of the American people, that there's opportunities for amendments and votes and negotiations and all of that, so that we aren't just turning over big swaths to the administrative portion of the program, who, again, is not, we can't hold them accountable with a vote. They're not up for re-election. And then it also gives our members of Congress the ability to shrug their shoulders and say, hey, I voted for broadband for rural, for everyone in our rural communities. If you have a problem, go talk to the agency. And so it kind of absolves anyone from real accountability. Timothy Lee, thanks again for joining us. Great perspective. We'll continue to track this one as it moves forward.
Thank you. This is a really important issue, and we'll press forward as well. Appreciate the opportunity.
All right. Again, that's Timothy Lee from the Center for Individual Freedom, and that's a crucial conversation. This is why you hear me over and over call for that transparency and for process, because if all we do is pass sweeping bills with great-sounding names, they can be applied in a very hyper-partisan way, and they end up hurting rather than helping the very people everyone signed on in a bipartisan way to support. We've got to get it a little bit better. We'll be right back.
I just elevated my checking account with Utah Community Credit Union. Tim, I am so blown away at what I get with my elevated checking account at UCCU. I get so many benefits. I get cell phone protection and roadside assistance. The one that blows me away the most is telehealth. I actually get zero copay telehealth with my checking account from UCCU.
Did you know you also get a 0.25% loan discount? It's one of the many things. And if you like to travel or you're on the road quite a bit, a free ATM nationwide, 30,000 ATM locations that you can use while you're out.
Utah basketball star Walker Kessler and Utah Community Credit Union have come together to announce this brand new elevated checking account with more benefits, more savings, more online protections than ever before.
Yeah, there's even something for dark web monitoring, which I have never heard of before, but you can find out more by just going to uccu.com.
And open an elevated checking account online or stop by any branch.
UCCU, you're going to love where you bank.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have, because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Ulta Beauty's semi-annual beauty event is happening now. Unleash your love for beauty with 50% off daily beauty steals on hair, skin, makeup, and fragrance. Shop your favorite brands like Tarte and Fenty Beauty by Rihanna. Plus, grab perfect hair care pairs from brands like Redken and Olaplex. And check out new arrivals from brands like Charlotte Tilbury and Dyson. Shop the Ulta Beauty semi-annual beauty event online, in-store, or try pickup today. Now through March 28th. Ulta Beauty. The possibilities are beautiful. Conditions apply.
When the weather warms up, it's like a stampede, except instead of dust stirred up by hundreds of hooves, it's a cascade of phone calls to Advanced Window Products. This is Jeff Kaplan. Soon as the sun shines and the snow's gone, people want new windows and frames from Utah's #1 custom window maker, and the wait for installation grows longer. But right now, you can get near the front of the line by calling for a quote and get $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. That's on top of the incredible savings for the highest quality double-pane windows and frames, any style, any color. See, at Advanced Window Products, they actually build the windows here in Utah, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. There's no middleman, and they can pass the savings on to you. They even offer buy now, pay later. So get in before the wait grows longer and get the $2,500 off. Get your new windows this spring. Make the call. Advanced Window Products, 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit AdvancedWindowsUSA.com.
Transform your old, outdated kitchen with half-price granite. For a limited time, half-price granite is offering special pricing starting at $25 per square foot installed. That's lower than most big box stores. These prices are some of the lowest around. Granite, quartz, marble, and quartzite, all starting at $25 per square foot installed. Call 801-486-1700 or visit halfpricegranite.com. Half Price Granite, affordable luxury.
Healthcare with human kindness is here. It's at Common Spirit Health. Hospitals, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advance healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Together, we have a common purpose, partnering with you in health and healing using powerful medicine, powerful technology, and the greatest power of all, human kindness. You'll know it when you see it, because human kindness is in every care site and in every caregiver. Common Spirit Health. Hello, human kindness.
You're listening to a previously aired episode of Inside Sources with Boyd Matheson. Sometimes things are just better the second time around.
Get deeper insights on the news from Inside Sources.
Well, we're staying with the conversation and just how the president or the administration should or shouldn't be involved in a whole host of things. If you missed the last segment, we were talking about how the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the component about broadband for rural communities, is being implemented by the agency in an incredibly hyperpartisan manner. All of those things do matter. Now we're going to shift gears and look at where the president might put his nose in or out, particularly as it relates to steel. The U.S. Steel Company, a deal with Nippon Steel, and what the president's role should or shouldn't be, and how this should all play out. We always turn to Eric Boehm from Reason. And Eric, welcome on a Monday. You can't make this stuff up anymore. So for those who did not wake up thinking about the deal between U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel, tell us what the lay of the land is.
Yeah, Boyd, thanks for having me, as always. Glad to be back with you guys. This was a deal that was announced late last year. It was in December, actually, when Nippon Steel announced that they were going to be buying U.S. Steel. There was an immediate kind of backlash in the political culture from actually people on both the right and the left, people like J.D. Vance on the right, some of the national, NatCons, if you will, or the new right, some opposition to this idea, and then, kind of the same thing from people on the far left. But now there was a push at the time to kind of get President Biden or to get the administration to, maybe prevent this purchase from happening, prevent the merger, either via a mechanism like the CFIUS, which is a kind of black box, shadowy agency, kind of combination of actually a number of intelligence and economic agencies that review potential investments from overseas, or maybe through the FTC, something like that. Last week, the latest news on this is that President Biden did put out a statement, very brief statement last week, saying that he opposes the deal and that he's looking to take further action to prevent it. So somewhat vague on what exactly that means, but it's certainly a political signal. And as I said in the piece I wrote at the end of last week, quite frankly, this shouldn't be any of the president's business. It shouldn't be any of these people's business. It's a private deal between two private companies. And I don't see why there's any reason why the government should be involved in this.
Yeah, and your piece is so spot on. And I want to dig into some of that because I think it's important for all of us to recognize what's underneath the headline. So as you pointed out, Eric, the politics of it is easy. The president, of course, is defending American steel workers. So we can't let a Japanese steel company do that. You point out in the piece that really neither U.S. Steel really isn't a U.S. company, and Nippon Steel really isn't a Japanese company anymore.
Yeah, I think so much of this story, I mean, this wouldn't even be a story if U.S. Steel wasn't called U.S. Steel, right? It just It sounds like it's literally an arm of the federal government. Terrific branding decision on their part many years ago, because I think that's been a factor in, subsidies and support and all of that they've received over the years, too. It sounds like, patriotic company, right? But it's not. It's a private company. It's a publicly traded company, which means its shareholders are literally all over the world. Yeah. Anybody can go buy shares in U.S. Steel. There's nothing about it that is essential to the existence of the United States or to the continued sovereignty of the country. And then the same is true for Nippon Steel, publicly traded company. They've got shareholders all over the world. They operate here. I mean, obviously their headquarters is in Japan, but they already operate some steel plants here in the United States, big one down in Alabama. So the whole sort of, it's almost like xenophobic framing of this, of the Japanese are one of our closest allies, for that matter, are coming in here and trying to buy up our steel plants to do what with? I don't know. They want to invest their money and employ our people. That doesn't sound bad to me. but it's it's just a really unfortunate, quite frankly, I think quite xenophobic way of looking at this, as if this is some sort of foreign takeover.
Yeah.
When that's just not the truth.
Yeah, and that is the easiest play for all of this, right? National security interest. U.S. has to have its own steel. We can't be dependent on some foreign government that may, go hostile sometime, and let alone the fact that they're one of our closest allies and most important trading partners. and this is something else you pointed out in your piece that I love is they're actually preparing Nippon Steel to invest $1.4 billion in things that would benefit U.S. steelworkers.
Yeah, it's really incredible. Like, not only is this a win for U.S. Steel shareholders, right? The U.S. Steel stock price went up quite dramatically after this deal was announced in December, and then it lost about a fifth of its value over the last few days after Biden said that he's going to use the power of the federal government to try to prevent the deal. So that's crazy. Like, Biden is punishing U.S. Steel shareholders for trying to get in the way of this deal, which doesn't make any sense. He's punishing U.S. Steel workers because the purchase was going to be a huge infusion of capital. There was going to be $1.4 billion reportedly put in there. So that means more steel work being done in the United States. Like, isn't that the goal? Isn't that what the Biden administration and the NatCons on the right, for that matter, what they want is they want more industry happening here. They want the United States to make more stuff. As the Wall Street Journal pointed out in their coverage of this, they said that, in many ways, this deal between Nippon and U.S. Steel is a victory for Biden's attempts to revive American manufacturing. And yet here you have the Biden administration standing up and saying, no, we don't want to see this happen. I guess, the only sort of thing you could imagine that would be a reason for the government to get involved here would be if there was some sort of concern about monopoly or something like that, but that's clearly not the case either. There's plenty of steel manufacturing that goes on all around the world and the United States. So, I don't think there's good justification for stopping the deal on antitrust grounds either. This is just really it's purely about politics, and quite frankly, the politics are even somewhat confusing and misguided.
Yeah, they definitely are. I want to spend just our last couple of minutes where you closed out your piece rolling into the weekend, and this is March Madness at its finest. You pointed out the fact, whether it's TikTok, whether it's U.S. Steel or Nippon Steel, that private companies shouldn't have to hire an army of lawyers and lobbyists to get approval from the president or Congress to do business. I mean, that's the ultimate in crony capitalism, which I think we're supposed to be against that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, on top of all the other objectionable parts of the story, the kind of under the radar detail here is that Cleveland Cliffs, like a steelmaking company that's based in Ohio, J.D. Vance's Ohio, by the way, and, very important to presidential elections, Ohio, they had made a previous bid to purchase U.S. Steel, and Nippon Steel had beaten them out for the purchase. So kind of the undercurrent here, and the Wall Street Journal's done some wonderful reporting on this, as have some other publications as well, about the extent of the lobbying that's gone on behalf of Cleveland Cliffs to try to blow up this deal, so that then Cleveland Cliffs has the opportunity to come in and maybe purchase U.S. Steel, get a second bite at the apple, if you will. And that is just grotesque to me. That now you've got obviously Nippon now is reportedly hiring a lot of lobbyists and spending a lot of time and energy in D.C. to try to make this deal go through. These are all private companies making their own decisions. The executives in charge of these companies have made the decisions that are in the best interest of the companies and their shareholders and their workers. And it's just crazy that you have to also get permission from the government to do these sorts of things. You mentioned a bunch of other examples too. I mean, everything from TikTok to the attacks on Amazon. There's just sort of this ongoing trend, really a bipartisan trend, unfortunately, of greater intrusion into what are fundamentally it's private business. It's none of the government's business to be involved here.
Great perspective as always. The March Madness has officially begun, and Eric Boehm is going to continue to help us navigate it. I don't know what kind of bracket this turns into, but this is mind-boggling, head-scratching. And very irritating, because this is not the way it's supposed to be. But great breakdown of all of this. We'll continue to watch that. Eric Boehm, of course, from Reason. You can check out his piece. Everybody should read it. It'll give you a great insight into what's really going on. Check that out at Reason.com. Eric, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks so much, Boyd. Have a good one.
All right, that wraps up hour number 1 of Inside Sources here on KSL News Radio. And it does seem that all things are politics, even even the sale or non-sale of a steel company goes right through Ohio. Important elections coming up in Ohio this week. We'll take a look at that in hour number 2, along with a host of other things. Stick around for the rest of Inside Sources on KSL News Radio. We'll be right back after top of the hour news.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It is 10 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Mark Jackson. KSL's top story, State Senator Kurt Bramble is retiring after 24 years in the Utah legislature. KSL News Radio's Dan Bomas reports.
3 other Republicans have filed as candidates in Senate District 24. One is a current legislator from Orem, Kevin Stratton. Former legislator Brad Daw and Daniel Hemmert are also listed as candidates. David Hinckley is filed as a candidate of the Utah Forward Party.
Bramble was the sponsor of a bill that allows candidates to qualify for the ballot in Utah by gathering voter signatures instead of winning nominations at a party convention. Our top national story, the State Department's managed to evacuate several Americans from Haiti safely to Florida. Many more remain trapped inside the gang-controlled capital of Port-au-Prince.
Nearly 8,000 Americans asking for help, like Richard Lubeck, who told me of his daughter's worry.
At the first few days, I didn't tell them what's going on. But then they're seeing everything on the news, the bad stuff. Things started happening. I said, well, I better come clean.
The State Department airlifting dozens out of the country Sunday, that first U.S. chartered flight landing in Miami. But the vast majority still stuck.
ABC's Matt Rivers and the 3 masked vandals in Heber were caught by a doorbell camera on someone's porch, taking down pride flags and doing a Nazi salute. Police say the vandals also spray-painted black over the rainbow walk-up outside Encircle downtown. CEO Jordan Escrow says that LGBTQ youth should always feel comfortable and safe coming to Encircle.
I feel really confident with what our security measures are now, and we've installed additional cameras since that vandalism happened, and I think we're always trying to increase that sense of safety and security for the youth and families that utilize Encircle.
Escrow says she was disappointed about the vandalism, but it proves Encircle is needed now more than ever. Coming up, looks like traffic's been in pretty good shape. Getting out of Delta Center, it's been a little heavy. We'll recheck that traffic and weather together update for you next. KSL News Time, 10:02.
This Friday from 10 to 1, the movie show comes to Sound Sleep Medical. But first, take the time to learn about a better night's rest. Sound Sleep Medical delivers oral appliance therapy that treats sleep apnea without the use of CPAP machines. They're professionally fit, warranted, and covered by most major medical insurance. In the days of a poor night's sleep, Sound Sleep Medical will help. Call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-716-8672 for details. Sound Sleep Medical.
Good morning. I'm the 40% off window company.
40% off? Of what?
Hey, 40% off!
Yeah, I'll bet it's your biggest sale of the year. This week only, because you need a model home in our neighborhood. Well, nothing. It's baloney. Hi, this is Kathy.
And Doug of Window World. When you hear those things, you know you've entered the baloney zone.
Resist the force of the baloney zone.
Find Window World online at windowworldutah.com.
Or call Window World at 281-8111. That's 281-8111.
And that's no baloney.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt, yeah!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt, yeah!
Switch to Jackson Hewitt and we'll beat what you paid last year, even if you filed online.
Yeah!
Ain't nothing to it. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and pay less for tax prep, guaranteed. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Ulta Beauty's semi-annual beauty event is happening now. Unleash your love for beauty with 50% off daily beauty steals on hair, skin, makeup, and fragrance. Shop your favorite brands like Tarte and Fenty Beauty by Rihanna. Plus, grab perfect hair care pairs from brands like Redken and Olaplex. And check out new arrivals from brands like Charlotte Tilbury and Dyson. Shop the Ulta Beauty semi-annual beauty event online, in-store, or try pickup today. Now through March 28th. Ulta Beauty. The possibilities are beautiful. Conditions apply.
Here's a way to get breaking news updates anywhere you go.
At the store or in a work meeting, you can get breaking news on your phone.
You can quickly read it, swipe, or click for more. It's super discreet, super fast.
That's the app for KSL News Radio.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Right now, I do have some streets downtown near the Delta Center still backed up, getting towards the freeway tonight. But once you get on the freeway, you're in pretty good shape heading north into Davis County and south into the valley and into Utah County. Save thousands on Bernina, quilting, serger, and sewing machines at Dave's Bernina Provo and St. George. Accessory bargains and free gift pack with machine purchase. 2.99% APR, 60-month financing offer. Valley weather, it's just been fantastic today. It's almost like spring. 66 for tomorrow, 68 Wednesday, upper 60s for a few days. Rain comes around on Saturday, and we are into the 50s with some rain again on Sunday, but not too bad. 54 right now, downtown at 10:05. I'm Mark Jackson on KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
You're listening to a previously aired episode of Inside Sources with Boyd Matheson. Sometimes things are just better the second time around.
Inside Sources. Inside Sources. America's voice of reason. Boyd Matheson on Utah's home for elevated conversation. Inside Sources on KSL News Radio.
Well, Russia held presidential elections over the weekend. Headline, Vladimir Putin won. What's underneath that headline? Let's begin.
Think you know the news of the day? Think again with Boyd Matheson on KSL News Radio.
Well, of course, no shocker in the headline department that Vladimir Putin has won a fifth six-year term as the leader of Russia. Amazingly, 87%. He won 87% of the vote. Can you believe that? That tends to be in the range. It's actually a little bit on the lower end of the range that most dictators tend to win elections by. But 87% is nothing to sneeze at, even for Vladimir Putin. So it's a big number, and obviously there's a whole lot of things that go underneath that in the Think Again department. And so we're going to unpack that just a little bit as we start the second hour of the show. And while we can clearly see that these kinds of elections are neither free nor fair, it is worth raising the question, why does Vladimir Putin care about elections at all? That's a good question. Vladimir Putin, of course, had a big victory celebration that he won, landslide victory. Important for him to show the Russian people that they elected him, that he is in charge, and that everything's going to be just fine because he is at the helm for another six-year term. So in his victory speech, Vladimir Putin stressed unity as part of that and tried to make that case that it's us against the world to the Russian people.
Still, a lot has to be done, but when we stand together, when we are all consolidated, and I think it's now obvious to anyone, no matter how hard they try to scare us, no matter how hard they try to suppress us, to suppress our will, our conscience, no one has ever succeeded in history. They failed now, and they will fail in the future. They will never succeed.
So a call to unity for the Russian people, that the U.S. and the Western allies are all against them, but they're going to stand together in order to defeat the West. And that was really the call from Vladimir Putin over the weekend. And, of course, when you look at these kinds of elections underneath the headlines, is so interesting to me. Some of the sources that I've connected with back in D.C. have talked about this idea that for some odd reason, Vladimir Putin really cares about the perception of a free and fair election. Now, it's clear that it wasn't. It's also clear that he has rewritten the rules and rewritten the governing documents of Russia numerous times. And someone who is supposed to be limited to 2 terms is suddenly on number 5. Something's up. So the questions then become much deeper than that underneath the headlines in terms of what's happening inside of Russia. How strong is that propaganda machine, state-run media, controlled by Vladimir Putin and his minions? What does that all mean? And of course, a lot of this ties directly to what's going on in Ukraine. Of course, there were reports over the weekend of some of those Ukrainian cities, villages, that were forced to vote because they were now Russian territory. And they had to vote, and they had to vote for Vladimir Putin. So that's a whole interesting dynamic. The thing I worry about the most that nobody's really talking about is the Russian people. I think there are so many inside of Russia that are just exhausted. Everybody says, well, how could it possibly be? Are the Russian people really okay with this, or have they just totally bought into Vladimir Putin and what he's promising? I think it's one of those exhaustions that you run out of energy before you run out of opportunity. I think the Russian people are extraordinary, and yet they live in this society where I think the vast majority of them know that it's not just possible that the government or the media could be telling them something that is not the truth, that it is the highest likelihood that both their government and their media are not telling them the truth. So imagine that. We can complain about media. We can complain about politicians. We can complain about big government. And those are all legitimate complaints, by the way, here in the United States. But imagine being a freedom-loving person in Russia. That's exhausting. That's exasperating. We've talked about it here in the United States, the fact that so many are disconnecting from the political process because they are so exhausted, because they are running out of energy to stand up and to speak out, or just the way those conversations are being carried out. And when everyone gives up, that's a really good day for authoritarians. That's a good day for thugs and bad guys and dictators. That's a good day for people in power in administrative states. That's a good day for oligarchs and those who are part of the crony capitalism society. And so that's why it matters. That's why we talk about it on this show, is that it does matter. And we can point and say, oh, how could anybody fall for that in Russia? It's not a very far fall, my friends. It is not that far. And that's not to be alarmist, and that's not to be a doom and gloomer, because I've never had more confidence in the future of the country because of the American people. But it means that we have to be careful that we don't run out of energy before we run out of opportunity. We need to make sure that we don't run out of energy before we run out of trust, not just in institutions, not just in government, but in each other. Because that's where the worry lies for me. We'll overcome. We'll go through the pendulum swings of Democrats and Republicans, and hopefully at some point we have some swings to independents and middle ground folks, and a host of others, by the way. And we'll play through all of that. We're incredibly resilient that way. But where we get into trouble is when we run out of energy and we disconnect, because you can't help create the change. You can't be part of the solution. I listened to former Governor Mike Leavitt this morning with a great reminder for all of us as it relates to change. When it comes to change, you can fight against it and die. You can accept it and maybe have a chance. Or you can lead it and prosper and make real progress. And that's the job. We all have a job. To lead. And I mean real lead, not just because of a title or a position, but by our individual actions every day. We'll be right back.
Think again on Inside Sources with Boyd Matheson.
Advertising used to be simple. Your options were radio, TV, newspaper, and let's not forget the yellow pages. Now it seems like a tidal wave of options. Podcast, cable TV, streaming, OTT, CTV, audio networks, smart speakers.
On top of that, you need digital marketing for your website along with SEM, SEO, display, video, YouTube, email, and all the social media platforms.
Look, you're the expert in your business. Wouldn't it be nice to have an expert to market you? We are Bonneville Salt Lake, the local marketing and media company you know and trust. We reach customers across all digital and social platforms and have the reach of traditional advertising available as well. We find your customer anytime, any place, anywhere on any device here in Utah or anywhere in the world. We work to optimize your results with our in-house local team of experts, providing you with qualified leads, not just impressions. Contact Stephanie Palmer at KSL for a free consultation, including a complete digital audit with no obligation or cost to you. Email spalmer@ksl.com. That's spalmer@ksl.com.
I like daffodils, tulips, the big dinner plate dahlias. I loved being in the garden, but I wasn't going to be able to because I couldn't not only walk, but I couldn't really stand on my foot without being in pain. It was excruciating. So my husband said, let's go to the Good Feet store.
For over 20 years, we've helped people like Terry live the life they love without letting their feet get in the way.
This nice young man said, I think I can help you. He got the arch support, and I was fitted. And I kept walking back and forth across the store, and I looked at my husband and burst into tears because it was the first time in a year that I have not had any pain in my foot. I have had no pain since the day I bought them. Now I can do whatever I want. There isn't any place on my property that doesn't have flowers blooming 365 days a year. I still can't believe it. My name is Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Stop by the Good Feet store in Farmington, Riverton, or Sandy for a free fitting. Call 1-800-NEW-FEET or visit goodfeet.com.
Spring is in the air, but so are airborne allergens like tree pollen, grass, mold, and ragweed. If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage springs into action quickly, helping you breathe more clearly in just 30 seconds. And you don't need a never-ending cycle of decongestants that can leave you feeling drowsy. Navage is the fast and easy drug-free allergy solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Get Navage today so you can get outdoors and enjoy your favorite springtime activities. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage. Breathe easy.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I'm proud to tell you we don't lay off employees when things get tough. During the pandemic, we didn't let one of our installers go. Instead, we had them clean and remodel our offices so they could still get paid. Remember the 2008 housing crisis? It was a financial nightmare for even the biggest contractors. Still, we didn't lay off a single worker. Nope, we sacrificed profits to keep paying everyone. Look, when the economy's down, most contractors are quick to lay off their workers. It's the easiest way to save money when times get tight. But at RGS Exteriors, we're loyal to our people. You know why? Because it's the right thing to do. People first. People always. That's the RGS way. For gutters, siding, windows, and more, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's rgsexteriors.com. 801-280-3110.
You're listening to a previously aired episode of Inside Sources with Boyd Matheson. Sometimes things are just better the second time around.
Hear elevated conversation on crucial issues. Boyd Matheson on Inside Sources.
Well, just when you thought primary election season was over, it's really not. There's still a lot of votes left to be done. And in particular, tomorrow, the state of Ohio will hold their primary contest, in particular for Senate, voting on the GOP candidate that will face the current Democratic incumbent, Senator Brown. The two frontrunners in the primary are men representing very different visions of the Republican Party. The Ohio Senate election is one of those critical races, bellwether in the country, has been turning more red of late, has been a typical swing state. The presidential race clearly runs through Ohio, and as we talked about earlier in the show, even things like the sale of U.S. Steel to Nippon Steel has an Ohio connection to it for both President Biden and for Republicans. And so Ohio's always in the middle of the action. And it's so fascinating to look at what's going on in this Senate race, both from the Republican standpoint. which vision really leads out. But there's also a Democratic component in the Republican primary that we'll get to as well. And as always, when we're trying to make the news make sense, we turn to our friends at The Dispatch, thedispatch.com. And really pleased to have joining us for the first time on the show, John McCormick, senior editor at The Dispatch. He writes on politics and policy and does both of those in a brilliant way. And John, welcome to the show.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Hey, fantastic piece today, going through really kind of these competing visions in terms of the Republican primary. So give us your sense and your take in terms of how are each of these candidates framing things, and what do you think we'll learn coming out of Ohio tomorrow?
Bernie Moreno, he's a businessman, started out a number of car dealerships. He is sort of the populist Trump-backed candidate in the race. Then you've got Matt Dolan. He's a GOP state senator. His family owns Cleveland's professional baseball team, now the Guardians. And he's more of a traditional Republican, backed by Ohio Governor Mike DeWine, former GOP Senator Rob Portman. On policy issues, you can see a clear divide on the issue of Ukraine aid. Somebody like, Bernie Moreno, the populist, he's opposed to any more aid. Matt Dolan speaks of things like our international commitments, how helping Ukraine helps America, keeps us strong, keeps our commitments. They're fighting over there, we're not fighting over here, or our, other places in Europe rather. Someone like Dolan will run saying, listen, I voted for Trump in 2016, 2020. I'm happy to vote for him in 24. But he doesn't, he draws a contrast with Trump on matters of temperament and says he's for Trump policies, whereas somebody like Bernie Moreno says, just full-fledged, full-throated, I love this guy. He's a great American. How dare you say he's not a good man? That was explicitly his argument over the weekend in Ohio at a Trump rally, where Trump appeared alongside Moreno.
Yeah, so interesting. And so as you look at how they're jockeying that position, where does the energy seem to be as you look at that race, and whether it's the former president or whether it's the Governor DeWine or former Senator Portman? Anyone getting any kind of traction there in terms of this, or is this just going to be more kind of populist versus establishment kind of framing going into Tuesday?
Well, several polls from March had showed either a few-point lead for Dolan or a couple-point lead for Moreno, but it showed a really big undecided group, and that is why I think that you would still, and with Trump's endorsement, I think you would still say, give a slight edge to Moreno here, just given that we saw how this all played out in 2022. The Trump-backed candidate J.D. Vance also ran against Dolan back then. Dolan was he did a couple points better than his final margin. Dolan did, but Vance did about 6-7 points better than his final margin once those undecideds were allocated. So Vance's overperformance of the polls in 22 makes me think that that Moreno could do the same thing. On the other hand, you don't really know that that there wasn't really this united front behind of Rob Portman and DeWine behind Dolan back then. Dolan surged late. He's been able to put a lot more money into this race, although he's had to deal with Democrats coming in and helping Moreno at the end.
Yeah, and I want to get into that portion of the program because that's the think again moment there, where suddenly you see a Democratic super PAC, the Senate Majority PAC, pouring in $3 million into ads for the person that could end up being the challenger to the Democrats in the fall. So walk us through that strategy. We saw it play out a little bit in places like Michigan in the last cycle, where Democrats kind of tinkered and tampered in terms of voting for some of the candidates they thought might be easier to win. Is that kind of the same thing you're seeing play out now?
Yeah, it's kind of the same strategy. This goes back to, remember Todd Aiken back in Missouri? Claire McCaskill was openly proud how they boosted him, and they ended up winning. So it ended up paying off, I guess, in the sense that they kept their seat. But if you do that too many times, eventually you sort of push the party in this direction. That's no excuse for, Republicans have their own free will. They can decide who they're going to vote for. They can see that Democrats are doing this, and they could, take that into account and vote differently. But yeah, it's this group that's sort of a front group. They're backed by this, again, the main Senate Democratic Super PAC, Senate Majority Fund, or PAC, is funneling $3 million just in the final weekend of this race. So that's a big chunk of change just to be spent over several days. And basically they look at the polls, and the polls do show sort of a consistent pattern where Dolan is a stronger candidate than Moreno is. Now, I would say that in either event, Brown's still going to have a tough race in his hands because Trump won Ohio by 8 points in 2016. He won it again by 8 points in 2020. Now, Brown can outrun Biden, but can he outrun him by 8 to 10, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points? How many points is he going to need to outrun Biden by to win in the fall? And so all these polls that show Brown leading, he's still under 50%, depends on the poll again. And, some polls have, one poll I saw had, Dolan up 2 points over Brown, and Brown was up 4 points over Moreno. The other polls showed Brown with a lead over both, but 3 or 4 points better, doing better against Moreno than against Dolan. So that's it's just simple politics. Democrats are willing to take the risk on a more Trumpist, guy who opposes Ukraine aid, actually becoming senator if it increases the chances that their guy wins the race outright.
Yeah, and of course that'll be an important thing for Democrats in terms of maintaining that control of the Senate, which is going to be a real crucial factor again rolling into the fall of this year. And then finally, before I let you go, give us one other thing that you're watching rolling into Ohio in particular, and in the weeks ahead that you think might have an impact as we start marching towards those fall campaigns.
Yeah, I think that, just again, how much can these Democrats outrun Joe Biden? The other state you got to watch. I mean, Ohio and Montana are really the two states that are going to decide the outcome of this election. If either one of those goes Republican, you're probably going to end up with a 51-49 Republican Senate at the very least. And then it just depends on how much deeper they can get. But these are both going to be tough races. I mean, John Tester and Sherrod Brown, the Democrats in both these states, they've had the ability to hang on in very tough environments. Tester, he won in 2012, back when Mitt Romney won Montana big. John Tester was still able to hold on to his seat. We've seen a little bit less ticket splitting over the years. So, for example, back in 2020, there was a very popular incumbent Democrat in Montana named Steve Bullock. He was a sitting governor, and he still managed to lose by 10 points, the popular Democrat, as Trump won the state by, I forget, like 16 points or something like that. So, I think Brown and Tester, they can outrun Biden. But it's just going to be a question how far they need to outrun him in the fall.
Fascinating stuff. Great insight, great perspective. As always, John McCormick, senior editor at The Dispatch. We love our friends over at The Dispatch. You should check that out. And The Dispatch should be part of your morning routine. It's part of my morning routine. It's where the news makes sense, where you can get real great journalism, fantastic writing, and even better thinking. That will help you think straight on the big issues of the day. John McCormick, thanks so much for joining us today. We look forward to having you back soon.
Thank you, Boyd. So appreciate it.
All right, again, that's John McCormick, senior editor at The Dispatch. And again, our friends over at The Dispatch are an important part of getting to the right kind of news that can help you decipher it all, cut through all the hype and the hoopla and all the anger, fear, frustration messaging, and actually get to the issues that, yes, you deal with the politics, but you deal with that so that you can get to the policy, so that you can get to the principles. And when we get to the principles, we usually get it right in the end. All right, we'll step aside for some bottom-of-the-hour news. When we come back, more Inside Sources here on KSL News Radio. Stick around. We'll be right back.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City.
Mom and Dad used to argue about everything, especially about Dad's drinking. It drove me crazy. It got so bad, I couldn't do my homework. I couldn't concentrate. I absolutely refused to let any of my friends come to our house for any reason. I would have been humiliated if anyone found out how much my dad drank and how loud my mom screamed at him. My family went from totally crazy to quiet, calm, and even peaceful. The only thing that happened is my mom started going to Al-Anon family groups. Her relationship with my dad really changed. I asked Mom if she would take me to her Al-Anon meetings or to Alateen. I wanted to see if I could have a better relationship with my dad. I'm sure glad I did. If someone's drinking troubling you, you might be surprised at what you can learn in an Al-Anon or Alateen family group from people just like you. Call 1-888-4-ALANON or go to alanon.org.
At Social Security, we are always thinking of ways to save you time and make things easier. That's why we created My Social Security. Opening a My Social Security account gives you secure access to your personal record and interactive tools tailored for you. You can see if you are eligible to receive benefits, view spousal benefit estimates, and compare retirement benefit estimates at different ages or dates when you want to start receiving benefits. Already receiving benefits? Use your account to change your address, set up or change direct deposit, get a proof of income letter, and more. In most states, you can also request a replacement Social Security card. Save time. Go online. Open a My Social Security account at ssa.gov/myaccount. Social Security, securing today and tomorrow.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
Before a disaster turns your family's world upside down, it's up to you to be ready. Get a kit, make a plan, be informed. Learn how at www.ready.gov. Brought to you by the Federal Emergency Management Agency and the Ad Council.
It is 10:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Mark Jackson. KSL's top story, University of Utah and a handful of other public universities are asking for approval to raise tuition next year.
Based on legislative appropriations, really this year, what we're asking the State Board of Higher Ed to approve is a 3.5% tuition increase.
Chris Nelson from the U says because of increased housing costs and other similar factors, this money is necessarily to continue recruiting quality faculty and paying them for the cost of living. The Utah Board of Higher Education meets on Friday to discuss all the proposed tuition hikes. Frequency and more weekend service are two priorities of Utah Transit Authority. UTA Moves 2050 includes plans to double track more of the front runner line and increase its frequency of service. A new Point of the Mountain station and new stations in Springville, Spanish Fork, and Payson are also on the list. Transportation officials are also looking at ways to extend tracks from its current terminus near 123rd South in Draper to an area closer to Point of the Mountain. And our top national story, of course, you expected it. Gas prices now even more expensive than they were this time last year.
Gas prices normally go up at this time of the year as Americans are now using more fuel to travel for spring break. And with summer travel coming, mix that with a switch to more expensive summer blends of gas and drone attacks on Russian oil refineries causing uncertainty in the market, and you get more expensive gas. The Energy Department reporting regular unleaded went up 8 cents in the past week to a nationwide average of $3.45 a gallon. Alex Stone, ABC News.
In sports, the Jazz lose to the Timberwolves in a game you heard right here on KSL News Radio, 114 to 104. Tomorrow, the Run-In Utes open their first round in the NIT, taking on UC Irvine at Huntsman Center. Tip-off at 9 on ESPN2. Coming up, weather's been just fine. I don't see any major traffic jams, but we will check traffic and weather together next. KSL News Time, 10:32.
Do you ever go into a high-end hotel lobby and wonder why their cabinets are so gorgeous? So much of that has to do with custom craftsmanship and design. And that's what Euromax Authentic European Design offers you. The best in materials, ensuring your cabinets or drawers are waterproof. Beautiful door fronts that your friends have never seen. Lighting that accents all the grains in the wood, or it illuminates the floor where you walk. Euromax can design closets that would have left Robin Leach speechless. Tie racks and jewelry holders, pull-out hanging rods and shoe racks. Picture yourself with a closet worthy of Diana Ross's praise. This is the European way in design. Mike and Max have built the best in custom luxury furniture, and you can see what I'm talking about at EuromaxFurniture.com. That's EuromaxFurniture.com. Max brings his European roots, and Mike brings the American craftsmanship for a custom building experience that you've got to see. Visit their showroom in Pleasant Grove or go to EuromaxFurniture.com. Euromax, built for you.
Hi, this is Julie from the Visitors Bureau in Logan, and things are looking up. The sun is out, and you should be too. Spring break is just around the corner, so book your stay, pack your bags, and come and play. We're kicking off spring break with the annual Original Baby Animal Days at the American West Heritage Center. You'll be spread out over 160 acres of beautiful scenery while you pet all the baby animals like lambs, goats, piglets, bunnies, and chicks. March 28th through the 30th also features exotic animals. You can see baby bears from Yellowstone Bear World April 3rd through the 6th, which is also when Baby Animal Days combines with the annual Mountain Man Rendezvous. Watch demonstrations like flint and steel fire starting, bullet making, and leatherworking and scrimshaw. Wait, do you even know what that is? It doesn't matter. Come and see at the American West Heritage Center. Logan has so many great things to do. Come for spring break or anytime you need a break. Vacation in Logan. Just get in the car. ExploreLogan.com. ExploreLogan.com.
Do you hear that? If you're like many people, that's the sound of your money. Just lying there in a checking or savings account doing nothing when it could be out there earning more money for you. But at America First Credit Union, we can give your money a wake-up call.
What? What's that?
Rise and shine, Bucky. We can get your money working in a high-yield certificate account, earning you a much better return than traditional checking and savings. Up and at 'em, buddy. We gotta go.
Huh? Where are we going?
To America First. You'll love it there. They're gonna help you do so much awesome stuff.
All right, I'm coming.
So get your money working with a high-yield certificate from America First. Head to americafirst.com today to check out the latest amazing rates. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, conditions, and change. Federally insured by NCUA.
News doesn't just mean information or dates.
It's the story of our local history being told in real time.
Be a part of the story. This is Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
We hope to be a part of your story. We have you covered on KSL News Radio.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Still a little bit crowded as folks get out of the Delta Center tonight, but that's even looking better. And right now on the freeways, don't see any major accidents. Need a perfect event venue? There's a place. This is the place, Heritage Park. Ideal for weddings, events featuring 11 venues, beautiful grounds, affordability for any celebration. Call or visit thisistheplace.org. Well, Valley weather couldn't look better. It is just beautiful. It was beautiful today. It's going to be even nicer tomorrow. 66, 68 on Wednesday, upper 60s through Friday. Chances of rain hike us down to the 50s by Sunday. 54 now, downtown at 1036. I'm Mark Jackson on KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
You're listening to a previously aired episode of Inside Sources with Boyd Matheson. Sometimes things are just better the second time around.
Inside Sources. Inside Sources. America's voice of reason. Boyd Matheson on Utah's home for elevated conversation. Inside Sources on KSL News Radio.
Well, it's been hard to miss a lot of the activity coming out of the Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party in the House of Representatives. And, of course, with the TikTok stir still stirring and everyone waiting to see what the Senate decides to do with all of that, a lot is still up in the air. And, of course, the committee itself, again, this special Select Committee has been in the middle of that. There's a host of other things going on, but nobody's really sure what next is for that committee or if there will be a next, if the committee will be reauthorized in the next fiscal year. And so we want to take a look at what's underneath the hood in all of that, get beyond just the headlines that we see, especially as it relates to TikTok. And someone who's done the deeper dive under the hood, Ari Hawkins, of course, is a reporter at Politico. And Ari, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much for having me.
So let's get in first just to the Select Committee itself. It was a little over a year ago that it came into existence. Tell us about how it came into existence and then why that existence may not be so certain moving forward.
Sure, yes, I'm happy to. So, yes, the Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party was really sort of thought of as this committee that could ensure that there maintains a sort of bipartisan perspective on pushing forward policies that relates to China. There's so much sort of partisan, bickering, and the sort of perceived threat of the communist regime of China was enough to sort of empower both parties to try to sort of set that aside in a little bit of a deliberate way and come together. It doesn't have any legislative power, which has been a point of contention, meaning that some of the work is more relegated to things like requesting individuals testify. However, they just had this TikTok bill, which, as I'm sure you've all seen, got a positive response in the House. It faces many problems in the Senate. However, what it did signify was that there is this sort of bipartisan perspective on China in the House where both parties think that there can be this legislative action. The problem going forward now is that now that this piece is done, more lawmakers are sort of considering this as a means of kind of going one step further. Now that we have this bipartisan perspective as a norm that is through the committee, we now want to sort of go on and do these sort of different specific legislative pieces, kind of taking that work a little bit of a step further. It sounds a little bit moving on or past the current committee.
Yeah, and so as you look at that, of course, part of that will be just that appropriation, that reauthorization process, and so that will be an interesting tug and pull. You pointed that out in your piece. Give us a sense of how that is playing out and what you expect to see kind of in the months ahead as that gets either reauthorized or not.
Well, it's definitely an interesting sort of saga here. We've chatted in our piece to lawmakers on both sides of the aisle with no real consensus. We talked to a Democrat from New York, Richie Torres, who talked about how necessary it is to maintain the China Committee in the next session. At the same time, we talked to a Republican from South Dakota, Dusty Johnson, who talked about how effectively after this TikTok bill, the work of the committee might then sort of go on. So not necessarily immediate approval for reauthorization. At the same time, the leadership, the people that are really in charge of these decisions, are being, I guess, more quiet about what they're anticipating. There's a lot sort of to that. There's certain Democratic staffers that I've chatted with that have indicated that the threat that the bipartisan sort of focus in the age of Trump's very partisan approach to China might not function the same way. At the same time, some Republicans are thinking about kind of moving on and going into, again, those sort of more specific policies, sectors after this sort of bipartisan perspective was solidified.
Yeah, and I think it's an important distinction there that this select committee doesn't really have jurisdiction. It doesn't really have a lot of that power that we normally think of when it comes to committees in the House of Representatives. And you pointed this out in your piece as well, that there are some staffers on some of those other committees saying, hey, wait a minute, this select committee thinks they're all that and a little bit more, and they're kind of in our kitchen, and we'd just as soon have them out. And then that gets into the whole idea of lawyers and lobbyists and influence peddling as it relates to China as well. How is that dynamic playing out?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting point. One of the sort of interesting facets of the China Select Committee is that at the same time that it doesn't have that legislative power, it does have a lot of, I guess, media focus. It's a very headline grabbing. There's a lot of attention on it because there's so much concern about China, the issue broadly. But what that brings about is, at least from a staffer for a member on a House Standing Committee who talked to us, saying that the China Select Committee, quotes, moonlights in stealing our jurisdiction. There's clearly a bit of a sort of behind-the-scenes fight over here in terms of usurping other people's sort of power with this committee that, again, doesn't actually legislate, so arguably is comparatively weaker than other committees.
Yeah.
In terms of some of those other tensions that you mentioned, we've sort of seen a little bit of this more hawkish versus less hawkish divide. There were several senior Republicans who were a bit, I guess, irritated by the fact that certain recommendations from a policy report that was published earlier came about through recommendations from lobbyists rather than select committee leaders. And that has just a lot to do with the fact that there's a lot of interests in these policy reports. They're hoping other committees sort of see these policies, have this bipartisan backing, and then kind of take the mantle from there. So the fact that certain hawkish policies like a PNTR repeal, a complete PNTR repeal rather, didn't necessarily make it in the exact way to that report, makes it sort of seem like the committee might not have as much power as indicated.
Yeah, and then as you look at this moving forward, any other dynamics that you're keeping your eye on? Again, obviously the reauthorization is one thing, how these other committees of jurisdiction play into all of that. Anything else you're keeping your eye on? You also mentioned the kind of the impact of the presidential factor in terms of what kind of things might be brought to bear or to the front as it relates to China. Anything else you're keeping your eye on?
For sure, yeah. The White House will be a very central sort of piece into all of this. It'll be worth watching how receptive other Republican lawmakers are to the more sort of hawkish and, I guess, less popular, particularly around business groups' perspective from China. The House Select Committee, for instance, hasn't really had to sort of meaningfully engage with some of the most hawkish provisions from Trump or proposals like a 60% tariff on all Chinese imports. And it'll be definitely interesting to watch if the Republicans on the committee who have gone down a more bipartisan route with the committee, how it's functioning now, end up shifting into that more hawkish lane. I'll be curious to see about that.
Great insight, great perspective. Ari Hawkins, a reporter at Politico. Check out that piece at Politico.com. Ari, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Great insight from Ari Hawkins, again, a reporter at Politico. And as all things in Congress, it's political in the end. And here you have this select committee. Again, it's different from those more formalized committees of jurisdiction on various issues. And so this is one that clearly has had a moment. The question is whether that moment will lead to a future and reauthorization, or whether this all goes back to the committees, or if it just becomes all politics once again. We'll continue to watch all of that here on Inside Sources. We'll step aside. We'll come back for one more segment coming up next.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
when the storm rolls in, my time to find a pet-friendly evacuation center will have run out.
The scorching heat wave will leave me powerless to cool my insulin.
I'll face a hurricane without meds. Now that's a tough pill to swallow.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Step into a world of home transformation with The Blind Man, your ultimate partner in creating your dream home. Whether on a new home journey or refreshing your space, The Blind Man has you covered, literally. Envision the latest styles, cutting-edge technology, and elegance in shades, shutters, or blinds. Now, if you've hesitated to turn your dreams into reality, the moment has arrived. The Blind Man's Buy 4, Get 1 Free extravaganza on all exclusive Blind Man brand window coverings is here. Not just a sale, but a dream opportunity. Picture your home bathed in natural light or shaded for moments of privacy. The Blind Man understands your needs. They want all homes to be masterpieces. Unlock your dream home with The Blind Man's Buy 4, Get 1 Free deal. It's not just a window of opportunity. It's a gateway to artistic bliss. Don't miss out. Visit theblindman.com for a free in-home consultation. Yeah, free. Let The Blind Man transform your vision. Theblindman.com, where dreams meet reality.
From Ogden to St. George, Utah's premier window covering provider, The Blind Man.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt, yeah!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt, yeah!
Switch to Jackson Hewitt and we'll beat what you paid last year, even if you filed online. Ain't nothing to it. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and pay less for tax prep, guaranteed. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Ulta Beauty's semi-annual beauty event is happening now. Unleash your love for beauty with 50% off daily beauty steals on hair, skin, makeup, and fragrance. Shop your favorite brands like Tarte and Fenty Beauty by Rihanna. Plus, grab perfect hair care pairs from brands like Redken and Olaplex. And check out new arrivals from brands like Charlotte Tilbury and Dyson. Shop the Ulta Beauty semi-annual beauty event online, in-store, or try pickup today. Now through March 28th. Ulta Beauty. The possibilities are beautiful. Conditions apply.
Derek Overstreet, founder of the New Millennium Group. We're a financial planning firm. Listen, we're fiduciaries. We have advisors standing by right now to take your call. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370. The reason you're going to want to call is we're going to help you retire 3 to 5 years before you thought possible. Now, imagine how that would be if you could actually retire 3 to 5 years sooner than your plan was. The way we do this is by putting together a step-by-step plan, taking into